Afternoon, everyone. The assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump was a dark day for our country. I again extend my deepest sympathies to the family of Corey Comparator and sincere wishes for a swift recovery for Mr. Copenhaver and Mr. Dutch. The Secret Service takes full responsibility for the tragic events of July 13th. This was a mission failure. The sole responsibility of our agency is to make sure our protectees are never put in danger. We fell short of that in Butler, and I'm working to make sure that this failure does not happen again. I'm focused on ensuring that the full resources of the Secret Service are utilized to safeguard our protectees, and I've implemented and will continue to implement changes to ensure that that happens. We are and we will continue to cooperate with pending oversight investigations of the July 13th failure being done now by Congress, the Department of Homeland Security's Office of the Inspector General, and the independent review directed by President Biden. Additionally, the Secret Service's Office of Professional Responsibility is currently conducting a mission assurance review. As I stated, I am not waiting for the completion of those reports, and I've directed the Secret Service to take immediate steps to ensure our protectees are indeed safe. And I will summarize those steps in a moment. I am committed to pursuing accountability for the Secret Service's failure in Butler, Pennsylvania. But let me be clear. If policy violations by Secret Service personnel are identified by the agency's mission assurance review, those individuals will be held accountable. And they will be held accountable to our fair and thorough disciplinary process. The first part of that process is an investigation to identify whether policy violations occurred. Potential policy violations are referred to our Office of Integrity, and appropriate discipline is administered under our table of penalties. The facts will drive the outcomes of those investigations, and I promise accountability. And I will not rush to judgment nor ignore due process. Every single person within the Secret Service feels the weight of what happened. We are in an unprecedented threat environment and a high operational tempo during this presidential campaign. The men and women of the Secret Service are working incredibly hard and doing their jobs under difficult circumstances. They need to focus on their work, and they need to know that I have their backs, and that is my commitment to them. I want to thank our state and local partners. The Secret Service relies on local law enforcement for every protective event. Those valiant men and women work tirelessly protecting their communities. They know the people, places, and terrain that we operate in. We owe them our thanks, and simply put, we cannot do our jobs without them. And I know how important this relationship is. I spent 4 years in local law enforcement before joining the Secret Service. I know the long hours these men and women put in and the professionalism they bring to this partnership. And in that capacity, I was always proud to support the Secret Service's protective mission when called upon as a municipal police officer. In no way should any state or local agency supporting us in Butler on July 13th be held responsible for a Secret Service failure. Typically, the Secret Service refrains from commenting on ongoing investigations, but we know these are extraordinary circumstances. So please understand that the information provided today is based on what I know now to a degree of certainty. We will learn more as interviews are completed and further evidence is gathered and analyzed, and I will share more information as it becomes available. But I can say without a doubt that heroism was present that day. Secret Service agents rushed to the stage to shield the former president with their bodies within 3 seconds of bullets ringing out in an unflinching act of bravery. The Secret Service counter-sniper who neutralized the threat with a single shot undoubtedly saved countless lives. We're in a high operational tempo, and I need and I want our Secret Service workforce, the dedicated men and women of the Secret Service. I want to know and I want to make sure that they are uplifted so they can focus on carrying out the mission. They are worthy of trust and confidence, and they deserve your support. And let me take a moment to speak to the American people that are counting on us to do our job, to protect their ability to cast a vote for the candidate of their choice. The Secret Service's successes are largely unknown. You will only know of our failures, and those have been documented, and all of them are undeniably dark days in our nation's history. But let me tell you about the dedicated patriots of the Secret Service. These public servants are the quiet professionals working in the background, day in and day out. They are standing the watch, providing a blanket of protection to the people that work in the White House, to the thousands of people who attend political rallies and nominating conventions, to the thousands of American citizens who line Pennsylvania Avenue every 4 years on Inauguration Day to see the new president and the new vice president. And they are out there right now doing this mission. They are focused, and they live their professional lives committed to the values of this agency: justice, duty, loyalty, courage, and honesty. This is who we are, and this is what we do, and we will earn back your trust. I'll now provide a timeline of the visit to Butler, Pennsylvania. On July 8th, personnel assigned to the agency's Pittsburgh field office conducted planning meetings and a site walkthrough with law enforcement partners and campaign staff. On July 10th, Secret Service counter sniper and technical security personnel arrived in Pittsburgh and began advanced planning for their teams. July 12th, the build-out of the campaign rally site began and continued through the early morning hours of July 13th. In the morning of July 13th, a site briefing was conducted with Secret Service personnel and law enforcement partners supporting the event. Secret Service personnel took their posts, and a technical security sweep of the protective site commenced prior to the site's opening to event staff, vendors, and to the public. At 12:30 p.m., the Secret Service opened the protective site to event staff and vendors, and then at 1 o'clock, magnetometer screening of the estimated 15,000 people attending the campaign rally event, staff, and vendors began. At 5:30 p.m., former President Trump arrived at the campaign rally via Secret Service motorcade, and at that time he met with supporters in a secure backstage area within the protective site. At 5:45 p.m., a local Butler County Emergency Services Unit counter-sniper team member texted the Secret Service counter-sniper team leader about a suspicious person and sent 2 photos of the individual, later identified as the assailant. At 5:53 p.m., the Secret Service counter-sniper team leader texted the Secret Service counter-sniper teams that local law enforcement was looking for a suspicious individual outside of the perimeter lurking around the AGR building. At this time, Secret Service personnel were operating with the knowledge that local law enforcement was working on an issue of a suspicious individual. The concept of local law enforcement working on such issues is common at sites. And on July 13th, there were over 100 calls for support. At 6 p.m., former President Trump took the stage to begin remarks. And based on what I know right now, neither the Secret Service counter-sniper teams nor members of the former president's security detail had any knowledge that there was a man on the roof of the AGR building with a firearm. It is my understanding that personnel were not aware the assailant had a firearm until they heard gunshots. At 6:11 p.m., a member of the former President Trump's protective detail contacted their Pittsburgh field office counterpart to inquire about the radio update that there was an issue local law enforcement was looking into near the perimeter. At 6:11 p.m., the assailant's first volley of 3 shots was fired, and within 3 seconds, the former president's detail rushed the stage and covered former President Trump, shielding him with their own bodies. The 4 through 8 shots took place over the next several seconds. 15.5 seconds after the assailant's first shot, a Secret Service counter-sniper fired a single round that neutralized the assailant. That concludes a quick brief summary of the timeline. And with that, I'll turn it over to our staff here to begin any questions.
Director, we're going to start with Fox News. David Spons with your side.
Hi, sir. Thank you for doing this. You said earlier this week to Congress that you said earlier this week to Congress that you don't want to tip anything on the scale as far as disciplinary action is concerned. I need to ask you, since you testified, has anyone been suspended with or without pay? Has anyone been fired? And will you tell us as people are disciplined along the way, or is this something we're going to need to just constantly be asking? Or will you update and tell us 5 people have been fired, 6 people, 7 people? What can you tell us?
Sure. Thank you for that question, David. So, as I said in my opening statement, there are going to be, there's the mission assurance review. If that mission assurance review is looking into if there were policy violations, at that point now, if in fact there were policy violations, at that point now it'll go into a parallel path of a disciplinary type of investigation. Those are internal investigations that deal with employee matters, so we're not going to be able to provide real-time updates or continuously to provide you updates on that. But what I will tell you is that these are very thorough investigations, and if in fact there were policy violations and they are substantiated, those employees will be held accountable.
I think that if I just may, sir, people want accountability. You may not be able to tell us names or positions or something, but will you be able to say that people have been disciplined? People want to hear that there's some accountability here.
I will be able to, at least at a high level, provide at least some type of statement that people are being accountable, being held accountable.
If I may, and I appreciate this, Fox Digital obtained some new video of somebody on the roof, which we believe is the assailant that was running back and forth while President Trump was speaking. What do you make when you see of that? How does that go with this timeline?
Yeah, so it affirms to me, and again, and you heard this from the FBI, and they're still conducting interviews and looking at this. It even just affirms to me that this was a failure. We should have had better protection for the protectee. We should have had better coverage on that roof line. We should have had at least some other set of eyes from the Secret Service point of view covering that. That building was very close to that outer perimeter, and we should have had more of a presence. And so as far as the timeline of him running back and forth, I know the FBI has provided a bit of a chronology as well, and so I'd have to go back and look at that. But the bottom line is this, David. This was a Secret Service failure. That roof line should have been covered. We should have had better eyes on that.
Thanks, Director. We're going to go to the Washington Post. Carrie Stein, next question.
Yeah, thank you so much for doing this. I have just a quick follow-up. Can you describe, you said there were 100 calls for support, who those calls came from and what those looked like? And also, moving forward, do you anticipate, and if so, what any different changes in protocol between how Secret Service communicates or works with local law enforcement specifically as they work to secure events or other things?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So with regards to calls for support, it was a very hot day that day. There was a lot of not only EMS type of calls to address people, but there were people that needed some other type of law enforcement assistance. This happens a lot at outdoor rallies, where especially on hot days. So there was a lot of traffic, radio traffic on the local net about, hey, I need EMT here. So there was a lot of people that were needing assistance. With respect to the interoperability, so one of the things that I've directed is I've commissioned a task force. And that task force is going to be leveraging the resources of the Department of Homeland Security. It'll be co-chaired in all likelihood by someone from the Secret Service and someone from CISA. And I think we're also going to bring in some state and local law enforcement. The interoperability challenge, it's not an easy fix. It's not as simple as just trying to figure out the local frequency of the agency you're working with and then piping that into your radio network. It requires a substantial technical fix. In the meantime, before we can get to that, what I need to have is I need to make sure that our folks, when they're out there, we use a counterpart system. On the day in Butler, we had a Pennsylvania State Trooper in our security room. They also had a unified command post that had some of the other agencies that were on site that day. It is plainly obvious to me that we didn't have access to certain information, not by anybody's fault. It just so happened that there was a sense of urgency, that there might have been radio traffic that we missed. We have to do a better job of that. So moving forward, in addition to this task force that we'll provide more information on next week as we begin to stand that up, I've also directed all of our SACs, our special agents in charge of field offices across the country, to reevaluate where we put our security rooms. If a state or local sets up a unified command post, maybe we need to be in that room as well, as opposed to just being in another room and relying on that counterpart system. It was so apparent to me that in this incident, in the final 30 seconds, which has been the focus of what happened before the assailant opened fire, there was clearly radio transmissions that may have happened on that local radio net that we did not have. And so we have to do a better job of co-locating, leveraging that counterpart system, and this is going to drive our operations going forward. We did not. It did not make it over to us. Or whether we did not hear it, it just did not make it over to us. It did not make it to us. And I go back to my opening statement where the members of the detail, they did not. All they knew that the issue that the locals were working an issue at the president's 3 o'clock, which would have been off to his right, which is where the shot came from.
Thanks, Rick. We're going to go to Rebecca Santana with the Associated Press.
Just to follow quickly on that question of the 100, to clarify on the 100 calls that you got roughly that day, I understand a lot of them were heat related. How many specifically were suspicious people? Was this the only call, the eventual shooter that was a suspicious character? And then also can you clarify, did you guys have a drone on site? Did you try to use it? And if not, why did you not use the locals' offer of a drone?
Sure. So as I understand it now, based on the information I have, there were other calls of suspicious individuals. And your other question was about drones?
About the
Drones.
You had a drone on site, it was a Secret Service drone, and what was the reason you couldn't use it? And then also there was this offer from the local, somebody had a drone.
Right.
Why was that?
So we did not have a drone on site. We did not put a drone up. Based on the information I have right now, I am aware that there was a request from a local agency to offer to fly a drone on that day. And that is also part of the mission assurance review that I've asked to get some better insight in. One of the other changes that I implemented when I became the acting director is we are now going to leverage the use of unmanned aerial systems at sites now. So we are putting those assets out, and we should have had better line of sight on some of those high ground concerns. We thought we might have had it covered with the human eye, but clearly we are going to change our approach now, and we are going to leverage technology and put those unmanned aerial systems up.
We're going to go to Nicole Skanga with CBS News.
Thank you so much for doing this. You mentioned that there were text messages from Butler ESU to U.S. Secret Service counter snipers. I'm curious if that is routine. There were 2 communication channels at the Butler rally, and you referenced earlier this week it appears that information was stuck or siloed at the state and local channel. What was the plan to relay information from locals to the Secret Service initially? What is the protocol? And I just have one follow-up.
Sure. So, Nicole, we use that counterpart system, right? And so the teams, especially on the tactical side, when it comes to the tactical, our counter-assault team, they actually had an embed with them from the local TAC team. And they had that radio net as well with Pennsylvania State Police. With respect to the counter snipers, they were using cellular or telephone text communications. At this point, moving forward, what I have directed now is that everybody should be using the radio net. And if we don't have the ability to pipe in or leverage that counterpart system, that's one of the things that we're looking at now. We should be able to have direct comms with the people that are supporting us, and that's moving forward. That's what I have directed.
So just to clarify, U.S. Secret Service counter snipers did not have radio communications.
Not with the local CS folks that were providing a support. they were basically had an area of responsibility independent from where our counter snipers were securing.
And just a last thing, did the U.S. Secret Service counter sniper teams that arrived on site on July 10th ever relay line of sight concerns? What came of that? And can you confirm that this was the first 2024 campaign event that counter sniper teams were assigned to the former president?
Sure. As part of their advance, they identified those line of sight, those high ground concerns, and there's a division of labor. With respect to the whether or not this was the first time, it was. It was the first time Secret Service counter snipers were deployed to support the former president's detail.
Go to Eileen Sullivan with the New York Times.
Hi, thanks so much for doing this. I have a question about the review that you did, the picture that you showed in the Senate the other day of the vantage point that the local snipers had. How do you know that that's the window that they were actually posted at? Because they're saying that they're on a completely other side of the building. And related to that, has the Secret Service actually interviewed the snipers that were in the AGR building?
So thank you for that. So once the FBI had released the Butler Farm Show site, we were able to take custody of it, and we sent the full resources of our Office of Investigations, which included the Forensic Services Division. We did a full site reconstruction, and this is part of our ongoing mission assurance review. And as part of that, that also included the plotting and also trying to identify where not only our personnel were, but also where state and local law enforcement were. And then the second part of your question was?
Well, so, I mean, how did you identify where they were? And have you interviewed the local snipers?
So the mission assurance, we're starting with our federal personnel and working out. We will get, if they're willing to be interviewed, we will ask for the local law enforcement on site to be interviewed that day. How we went back and reconstructed that was based on what we had based on the ops plan, and then also based on what our own folks, as they understood it on the day of.
Well, but I mean, you talked a lot about how you may not have been as specific as you need to be. So how do you know that they were in that window, that if they looked left, they could have seen something? Because they're saying there's no way they couldn't see any of the roofs from where they were posted at the other side.
So I think what we'll do is we'll let the mission assurance play that out, and we'll look forward to interviewing them and definitely getting their side of the story. But what I also want to reiterate is this was a Secret Service failure, and so they should not be blamed. We're not trying to shift blame to anybody, and that's the important takeaway, that we need our state and local partners out there doing this with us every day.
Thanks, Director. We're going to go to Peter Thomas at ABC News.
Director, thank you for taking the time. Just a couple questions, if you could walk us through some things to help us better understand. Have you gotten to the bottom of why there was no one stationed on the roof from a law enforcement perspective, and why there was no one there to secure the building to make sure no one could get up there? Have you gotten any clarity on why those two lapses in security were in place? And I have a couple quick follow-ups.
Sure. It's something that, again, having been there the day after I was named the acting director, I wanted to put eyes on and go up there and see it.
Yes, sir.
And looking at that site, it really seeing how close that site was to the stage, seeing where it was. It definitely raised a lot of questions in my mind that there should have been physical presence, if not on the roof, that there should have been better security to prevent anyone from getting up on that roof. So moving forward, I've directed our Office of Protective Operations and our Special Operations Division now that when we are up operational and we have counter snipers out there, that we were working with locals, and that they in fact will also be out present. At the very least, the presence of a law enforcement officer can deter a lot of bad activity. Having been a local police officer, I will never know how many crimes I prevented just by being there, just by walking the street and being out there. And so moving forward, one of the things that we want to do is we want to deter people from even thinking about trying to do something like this again. And the only way we can do that is leveraging not only the resources that we have, but the resources of our state and locals and putting them out there in an overt presence.
Two very quick follow-ups. You talked at length at the hearing the other day about the system that did not operate that could detect drones.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit of how that works? Does that go in the sky itself to detect the drones? And then finally, the interoperability issue. I'm clear in terms of that Secret Service radios were not communicating with the locals. Mm-hmm. But you had people in the command post, right, who in theory could hear and know some basics of what was going on. Is that am I understanding that correctly?
So with respect to the counter UAS, Pierre, I don't want to get into too much sensitive information, but what I can tell you is it allows that asset allows the geolocation to be able to plot where a drone is within a certain distance of how we set up. So think of it as like geofencing, and then being able to pinpoint and detect where that is. With respect to the agency that was, we had Pennsylvania State Police, but it appears that there was really a big sense of urgency going on, and the state and locals were doing everything they possibly could to try to find the assailant. He had already come to their attention. They were actively trying to find him, and I believe everyone was doing their level best to try to locate him. But there could have been other agencies that were putting out radio transmissions, and this is something that we'll work with the FBI to get further on. But those radio transmissions might have just been back to the unified command post and maybe not have made it over the Pennsylvania State Police here. But that's something that we're going to look into, and definitely something that we are moving forward. We definitely want to remedy this going forward.
But your Secret Service personnel in the command post had some sense that something was going on based on what they were being told about the radio set.
Yes, that they were working an issue at the 3 o'clock of the stage.
We'll go to Andrew Goodsworth with Group Waiters.
Thanks for doing this. I wanted to ask you about changes moving forward. Former President Trump has said he wants to continue having outdoor rallies. What specifically will be different at the next rally that wasn't the case in Butler? And if I could ask a follow-up to, do you have information in the 30 seconds after the gunman was confronted on the roof by a local law enforcement officer that there were local law enforcement trying to communicate with the Secret Service that there was someone on the roof with a gun and that transmission was the one that was missed?
Okay. So with respect to the former president wanting to get back out there, listen, it's a campaign season, right? Candidates want to be out there. They want to be, whether it's an indoor site or an outdoor site, it's on the Secret Service to make sure that we create a secure environment. Listen, we identify challenges, we identify concerns, and then it's on us to figure out what we need to do to mitigate that. So if there are going to be future campaign rallies outside, it's going to be on us to make sure that we are providing all of the assets and resources to make sure that those sites are indeed secure. With respect to the radio transmissions, based on what the FBI, my colleague from the FBI testified the other day, and they are working on isolating some of those radio frequencies from the state and locals, that there was somebody who did in fact radio out that they had seen the individual with a weapon. What I can tell you is that piece of information, that vital piece of information, and by no fault of anyone, it was a very stressful situation. It did not make it over. Our detail, our counter snipers, everyone that was there that day, were operating under the assumption and under the last bit of information they had received that there was an issue that the locals were working at the 3 o'clock. That's the bit of information that we had, not anything about a weapon.
We'll go to Holmes Library with CNN.
I wanted you to address, or if you can, describe the Pittsburgh field office and their level of experience, especially in preparing for events like this, and also have they explained their thinking and how they defined the perimeter that day?
Sure. Thanks, Holmes. Our Pittsburgh field office, I don't think there's anybody in the Secret Service who is feeling this more than the men and women of our Pittsburgh field office. And I've met with them. And they are down right now. And so when I've met with them the other day, it was very difficult. It's difficult for them. They feel like they let their colleagues down. They feel like they let the country down. And they are wearing this, and it's open. You can see it. It's an open wound that they are carrying. They are a very experienced office. And what I will say is they are cooperating with the mission assurance. They understand the gravity of this situation. And they are definitely down right now.
If I can, one follow-up. You testified about one of the Secret Service failures was an assumption that day. I'm curious how the Secret Service can even make assumptions regarding protection, because it seems antithetical to the entire protection mission.
Yeah. So when I said it's a failure to challenge our assumptions, meaning the assumption that, hey, that's going to be addressed or that's going to be covered by state and local. So earlier this week, I convened a call with all of our special agents in charge of all of our field offices, and I expressed to them, listen, we need our state and local counterparts, but we also have to be very direct, very clear about what our expectations are about what we need from them, whether it's a particular asset, whether it's particular numbers of personnel. We need to be very clear so that they have an understanding of exactly what we need from them. That's on us. We need to be better communicators and articulate exactly what we need to mitigate any challenges, concerns, or anything that we identify during that advanced process. And so I have full confidence in our SACs in the field. I have full confidence in our state and local counterparts that moving forward now, we're not going to have this assumption that, oh, we think that they have it. No, we're going to work together. We're going to have good, hard, fierce conversations about what we're going to do, and then we're going to go out there and we're going to make all of these venues secure moving forward.
We'll go to Ryan Barber with the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you, Acting Director. One thing, for starters, I was hoping you could elaborate a little bit on a portion of the timeline in which you address a communication between the Secret Service detail and personnel with the Pittsburgh field office. It just struck me as a little vague, and I was curious if you could elaborate on what that communication was.
So the former president's details, they had an advanced person on the ground who was responsible for the site. The radio transmission goes out about locals working an issue at the 3 o'clock. The member of that detail called their Pittsburgh field office counterpart. Hey, what do you know about this? In the midst, right in the middle of that phone conversation, the shots begin firing. So that's the context of it.
And sorry if I missed. Could you say how they became aware of the locals working an issue in the first place to even have that conversation with?
That was the radio transmission that was put out by our security room.
I got it. Okay. Just to follow up, I'm curious about you mentioned that this was the first event where Secret Service counter snipers had been assigned as part of the security for former President Trump. To what extent do you think that factored into what were ultimately shown to be the failures? Just that this was a first time, at least in a while, in his capacity as a former president, that they were there on the site.
So
the novelty of it. Sorry.
Sure. So let me just clarify one thing. This was the first time that Secret Service counter snipers, but the former president at campaign rallies has actually been getting state and local resources. So tactical assets, counter snipers from state and locals. So with respect to why they were there in Butler, listen, we evaluate our threat landscape every day. We calibrate based on that threat. We evaluated a threat stream that we have, and we put our Secret Service counter sniper personnel out there. And looking back, it was very fortunate that we did. But the former president will have counter sniper coverage moving forward, as will the president, the vice president, Senator Vance, and then we'll await the eventual Democratic vice presidential nominee we are going to put full resources out there to make sure that our campaign cadence now is obviously picked up, and we're going to make sure that we have all the resources out there to address any challenges that we have.
We'll go in the front, Julia Ainsley, NBC News.
Thank you. As you're doing this review, are you looking at the days leading up to this event and the instructions that you gave to state and local and federal partners? I know in the past there used to be a PowerPoint presentation that was given before events like this, where people who were part of each unit in the Secret Service would stand up, go through the mission, who was assigned to them, what they'd be doing. I understand that did not happen in this case and hasn't been happening for some time prior. Is that something you think was missing here? Is that something you might review and bring back? And do you also think the Secret Service is too reliant on state, local, and federal partners? I mean, you have almost 2,000 HSI agents helping in events coming this fall. That's a third of their workforce, and it takes a lot from state and locals as well. So first, would you bring back the PowerPoint? Do you think there should have been more planning? And are you too reliant on state and local and other partners?
Thanks, Julia. So that will be part of the mission assurance, the communications and what was communicated leading up to it. What I can tell you now, based on information I have, is there was, and what you're referring to is what we call a police meeting, where we bring all the agencies together that will be directly supporting a particular visit. We know that there was a police meeting. We know that there were agencies from the various jurisdictions were present. The ones, and when I say that, the ones that were the primary ones identified with providing support and were going to be involved in the advanced planning process, meaning they were going to provide a counterpart, kind of like what you said, the PowerPoint. If you're going to be conducting the site, this is Special Agent so-and-so, and here's their contact info. And then usually at the end of that meeting, everyone kind of goes off and they form up and they go over, how they're going to go out and do the walkthroughs and identify some of the things. Based on the information, I don't know about the PowerPoint. I can tell you that there was a police meeting. With respect to the PowerPoint, I certainly think that visuals are always good. I think that if we're not using it, we certainly will. But that goes back to my direction that we have to be very specific about what we're communicating and what our expectations are moving forward. With respect to the reliance on state and local law enforcement, listen, there are 700,000 full-time law enforcement officers, over 700,000 full-time law enforcement officers in the United States. The majority of prosecutions in the criminal justice system in the United States are done by state and locals. That's a result of criminal investigations that they do every day in their communities to keep them safe. Over 135 officers died last year serving their communities, federal, state, and local. 47 of them died by violent means, gunfire. There's not an over-reliance on them. They're out there every day securing their communities. They know the terrain. They know the people. More importantly, they know the local laws. If you're in a state where it's open carry, we're going to rely on them to enforce local laws. I, as a federal agent, cannot go out there and enforce the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I need those state and local law enforcement officers. So I would push back on that. With respect to leveraging other federal partners, when we were in the Department of Treasury and I was a brand new agent, I would stand post during a campaign year with agents from ATF, IRS criminal investigations. We were all one big happy family. Customs. Customs moved over to DHS just like we did. So we do this every 4 years. We rely on those partners. We use them during national special security events like the Democratic National Convention, the United Nations General Assembly, the presidential inauguration. Those are whole of government security operations, which the Secret Service is the lead planning for, and we're going to bring in partners from across the government. I don't feel that it's an over-reliance. It's something that we have done going back to our days at Treasury, and we're going to continue to do that. We need those partners, and we need those state and local officers. Sure.
There's just something I didn't understand. When you're talking about that time period where locals understand that this person is a threat, but it's before Secret Service finds out, understands communication issues, were they not standing right next to them, or were they in two separate command centers?
we had our security room, and then they had a unified command post, and we had a Pennsylvania State Police officer representative in our security room.
There was no Secret Service agent in the unified.
No, there was not.
Are there typically two separate command centers?
That was unique. As I understand it, that's an emergency management model that they use. As I mentioned in that conversation with our special agents in charge in the field, I've directed them, hey, we need to rethink where we put our security room. If the large majority of our partners are in a unified command post or in a different location, we need to probably be there too. And so we have to rethink how we, where we put our security rooms, and we are in fact doing that now moving forward.
So let's go to Ellen Gilmer with Bloomberg. We'll do the pool. If there's time for follow-up, we can take it. We got to take two.
Thanks so much. Appropriators in Congress this week delayed consideration of DHS's budget for fiscal 25. They want to know more about what Secret Service needs. I know you said Tuesday, obviously every agency head is always going to say they need more resources, but can you be kind of specific about what resource needs there may be, particularly when we're looking at the technology issues, radio transmissions,
Sure.
the CUAS system?
So following this, we have had tremendous support from the Department of Homeland Security and from the Secretary. And we have, in fact, looked at all of these needs. Given this dynamic, high-threat environment that we're operating in order to meet this, we can meet this now. But it is going to require additional investments and resources, and we are having those conversations. We certainly we've had great support not only from the department, but also our appropriations committees, and we are working through kind of what our needs are right now. We will have future conversations about this, and we are appreciative that everyone is really coming together to make sure that we have what we need to meet this high threat.
And some senators have started to bring up that whole chestnut of should Secret Service be in DHS. Is that a conversation that you think is productive at this time?
Listen, that's not for me to weigh in on, but what I will tell you is, there's also a lot of discussion about why should the Secret Service do criminal investigations. And what I will say is this. We were founded in 1865 as an investigative entity. It's in our DNA. I firmly believe that the best protection agents learn those skills being criminal investigators. You learn how to interact with people. You learn organizational skills. You learn to be analytical. Those are all traits that you need to have when you're on a detail. Moreover, if you look at where we are today, buildings, communities, everything is interconnected. And so we have a particular expertise in cyber and in cybercrime and critical systems protection. And so when you overlay that investigative skill set that we have, it's more than just securing the president or our protectees in a brick and mortar setting. It's also protecting them from things that make them vulnerable due to cyber. And so the only way to learn those skills, to be able to detect, to be able to analyze, to be able to make sure that we are hardening not only cyber systems, but hardening a building that is fed by cyber systems, the only way to gain that experience, that knowledge, is to be able to do criminal investigations. Additionally, it is within our investigative authority to follow up on threats. People make threats to the president and the people we protect every day. We need to have that domestic and international network of field offices to be able to track down those threats. And if necessary, bring those people to justice and present them to a U.S. Attorney's office. So I know there's been a lot of talk. Should we or shouldn't we? Should we do this? Should we be in DHS? The bottom line is this. If you want the Secret Service to continue to be the Secret Service and be effective at what it does, it needs to be doing investigations, and it probably needs to be in the Department of Homeland Security until Congress or others have an opportunity to weigh in.
The last question, we're going to go to the pool for those that can't be here today. Jake is.
Just a quick question. There's a report that a whistleblower has alleged that you personally directed cuts to the counter surveillance division, which led to the threat assessments team failing to perform its duties that it typically would before the Butler rally. Is that accurate? Is that allegation accurate?
So I've become aware of this. We got a congressional letter on it. What I can tell you is that the counter surveillance division they do a fantastic job. They have a very specific mission set. A lot of that mission set is here in the National Capital Region, focused on permanent protective sites. But they do go out and they support, when requested, they go out and support former details. I know that there's been allegations that that I personally cut or that I that I denied requests. The Counter-Surveillance Division has been out there supporting the former president's detail at some very high-profile events. They continue to provide that support, and they're out there providing support right now. So we're going to respond to the letter that we received, and we'll be sure to make that. I'm sure they will be able to share that response when the committee says it's okay to respond.
Is that a no, though? Did you cut funding personally?
I did not. No.
Did you finally figure out how he got that gun on the roof? Did it fit in the backpack?
We're working to determine that. That's something that the FBI is working on. There's a couple of, I don't want to speculate as to exactly how he would have gotten it up there.
Director Rowe, the 2024 campaign is heating up. Y'all are adding more and more candidates to your protection list. Any shorter protection of those candidates?
So we have already trained numerous details to be able to mobilize, to pick up multiple candidates. Most of the presidential campaign activity usually picks up coming out of the conventions. So we are prepared for this. It's just that now we are in such a heightened dynamic environment. We're actually making sure that we are probably putting everything we can to make sure that we don't have a mission failure. It is incumbent upon everyone in the Secret Service. We all understand the gravity of this situation, and we are rising to meet this moment. And we are certainly, as we go into the Democratic National Convention, as we await picking up another candidate with the eventual naming of a vice presidential nominee from the Democratic side, we are going to staff that, and we're going to make sure that we have all the resources and assets necessary to provide that level of protection. Thank you, everyone.
Firehouse Subs, Hook and Ladder jingle, take one.
Hook and ladder, when it's hot it just tastes better. Warm that smoky turkey, that thin slice.
Guys, this is a 30-second ad. You gotta sing faster.
Hook and ladder, when it's hot it just tastes better. Melting cheese and toast spread, mustard, mayo, pepper spread, lettuce, green, and onion. The sandwich is too big for the song. It's too big.
The Hook and Ladder, available only at participating Firehouse Subs restaurants.
I'll be 97, 98 the area of Delford Road. I drove up and down. I haven't located anyone. 98. 1630. Everyone. Good. 15 rounds of plastic. What's the car here? It's locked up. I'll be down here from the stomp around to plastic.
or terrorist type incidents, the person involved in it has actively streamed their actions. And so whether this GoPro was capable of interacting with the person's phone and might have gave them an ability to stream this, that would be really interesting if that turned out to be the case. But these details are showing that if true, that this is somebody who was intent on carrying out actions against the president, the former president, and that this would put it in the realm of another assassination attempt, as opposed to an exchange of gunfire between two people unassociated with the president, but in that vicinity. This becomes much more serious, much more an attack on the former president.
Yeah, much more sinister potentially as well, and we'll see what comes of this. Let's talk about the AP reporting that the AK-style rifle connection, and we talked about the vicinity and that word, what it means, what it could mean in terms of closeness to the former president. Does that give you any details of the closeness, the fact that we maybe now know what weapon the suspect might have had?
So handguns are better at close ranges than rifles are, but rifles give you the capability of firing at a distance. Plus, a rifle round is much more serious if it hits a person than a handgun round. Nonetheless, a .22 handgun can kill you if it hits you in the right location, but a rifle round much more serious. But the AK-47 also, or an AK-style weapon, also usually has a much larger capacity magazine, and consequently would be more rounds towards a target. So, if I were intending to do something like this, I would rather have a rifle than a pistol, and it would give me the luxury of distance and the luxury of additional firepower, as well as the stopping power of that weapon. So, again, a much more serious attempt if it's a rifle than a handgun, but handguns can kill you just as easily.
All right, that is a good point. I just wanted to ask you about that as we're getting these details piece by piece, connecting the puzzle, building the puzzle of what we know, what's to come with this. Ken Gray, former FBI agent. Again, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to take us out to this press conference as soon as it gets going, but hopefully we'll hear from the Palm Beach County Sheriff after this incident, as Donald Trump says he's safe after gunshots were reported in his vicinity this Sunday afternoon in Florida on the golf course. You were also hearing about potential digital forensics, and we learned a lot about that kind of topic in the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. Thomas Matthew Crooks as well. And we do know that a suspect is in custody after Martin County, their law enforcement pursued an individual on I-95, shutting down a suspect in custody. In terms of the interview, in terms of the digital forensic evidence, what kind of questions are they asking of this individual now that they have them in custody? And they say they are connected to what went on at the Palm Beach at Mar-a-Lago, but we don't know officially yet, but that's what they're saying. What kind of questions are asked of this individual?
All the basics: who, what, when, where, why, and how. You want to know who this person is, what their intention was, where they got the weapon at, were they acting in concert with anyone else? Did anybody direct them to do this? All this type of basic questions that you would ask or will be asked. However, there is a wrinkle here, is that if the person lawyers up when they read him his rights, he doesn't have to answer any questions, and you can't force him to do so. And so law enforcement will want to ask these questions as quickly as possible before the possibility of the suspect lawyering up and refusing to talk, refusing to answer those questions. Often a person in an incident like this wants their story to be known. They want it to be known why they took these actions. And so that might not be a potential wrinkle in this that we may not hear from the person. But, they still will try to hit them early with these questions to try to get answers before a lawyer tells them don't say anything.
Yeah, and of course you mentioned maybe potentially the GoPro, the video device there on hand, like you mentioned, trying to showcase what happened. I do want to ask you, because there was a lot of discussion back in Butler, Pennsylvania about Crooks and whether he had someone there alongside him as well. How important is that information? How much are law enforcement pressing him about that to make sure that the former president is safe, that no one else is involved at all?
Yeah, that's why you got to get the protectee out of the area, even if you have the person either in custody or, in the case of Crooks, dead on the scene. Is that there may be other persons involved that could continue to be a threat. So because of that potential of additional threats, you get the protectee out of the area. And that's what they did. They got President Trump out of the area. The fact that you want to know whether there were others involved, because you might need to be rounding up yet other suspects in this case, and show that this is a bigger plot. Right now, there's only information that there was one shooter and that person may be in custody. I want to stress may be in custody because, again, we don't know if they saw the car leave, they saw the suspect hop in the car and leave, or if they saw a car leaving while this was going on, and that the person that was pulled over may not have been the person that was engaged in this activity there with the AK-47. That's
no, that is a very good.
I'd like to point out something else is that the investigation of Crooks showed that he was checking the schedules of both President Biden and former President Trump at the time, and did not seem to have a particular target in mind until that rally got scheduled for Pennsylvania.
All right, let me cut you off here, Ken. I'm sorry to cut you off, but we do have them stepping up to the podium right now. And before we get to it, I do want to put up this tweet right now from Aisha Hosni saying the FBI is now investigating what appears to be an attempted assassination of the former president. They are stepping up to the podium right now, but this is a big news as Fox News reporter saying the FBI responded to West Palm Beach, Florida, and is investigating what appears to be an attempted assassination of the former president, as, of course, the former president is safe after the initial reports were gunshots in his vicinity. Stepping to the podium, hopefully right now, Palm Beach County Sheriff and much other, maybe Secret Service on hand for this, but they're not at the podium as of yet. But this is a big developing news story, FBI investigating this incident as an attempted assassination of the former president. Nearly 2 months since, more than 2 months since what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. Ken, I'm going to bring you back in because we're still waiting for this press conference a little bit, but there's new information right now. Let's just hang with it, Ken. They're stepping to the podium. Let's listen in to this update from Florida law enforcement right here on Live Now from Fox.
Sorry to hold you all up. We're waiting for the representative from the Secret Service and the FBI. Yeah, I talked to them. Is there anybody live streaming right now? Yes.
All right, as you can see, they're waiting on law enforcement, Secret Service agents to step up. Of course, we are streaming this live, raw, and unfiltered of this moment. The FBI says they are investigating what is an assassination attempt against Trump, the second in 2 months. Ken, let's bring you right back into the conversation. I know you're still tuning in. We'll take you on to this press conference as soon as it happens. But now we hear the FBI saying this is an assassination attempt of the former president, Donald Trump. What do we make of this? What criteria does it qualify as an assassination, and how big of a development do we hear from the FBI right now?
So, Andy, if there was if the word is true that there was a Secret Service agent that may have exchanged rounds with this person, then the FBI would be investigating that, whether it was an attempt on the president or not. Is that any assault on a federal agent falls into the responsibility of the FBI. And so I would hold off on saying that it's because it was an attempted assassination that the FBI was involved. The FBI would be involved anyway.
I gotcha. All right, let's stay with us, Ken. I'm just going to dive back into this audio just so people can hear what's going on. We'll take you out to this in full, and I'll have you react right after. But let's listen into this breaking news event. The FBI investigating this assassination attempt against Trump in Florida on this Sunday.
Well, he was taken into custody thereafter. Who's the Secret Service man? Well, there was another guy, local guy, who was with a blue shirt, and he hit him.
All right, you're still watching this as they will step to the podium in a matter of moments. The FBI investigating assassination attempt against Trump. I do want to give you a rundown of some of what transpired since 2 p.m. this afternoon in West Palm Beach, Florida, after shots were fired at this golf club there. Trump was reported safe after gunshots in his vicinity. This, according to the campaign. No injuries were reported. The shots were fired at Trump's West Palm Beach, Florida golf club. We did hear from the White House as Biden and VP Harris were both briefed, and they said they were, quote, relieved Trump is safe. A Secret Service agent reportedly opened fire at a suspected person with weapons while Trump was golfing. An AK-style firearm was recovered near the course where the shots were fired. The course was partially shut down for Trump as he played. As per likely common protocol, agents were a few holes ahead when they noticed a person with a firearm. Agents fired when the person appeared to push the rifle muzzle through the fence line. The suspect, believed to be connected to a shooting, was taken into custody after they shut down I-95. The FBI now investigating this as an attempted assassination against the former president. And this comes just over 2 months since what transpired in Butler, Pennsylvania, the attempted assassination at a rally in that campaign. So let's just continue to watch this here on Live Now from Fox unfold in real time as they will give us what we know, some concrete information. We'll hear from Palm Beach County Sheriff, hopefully, and also representatives of the Secret Service. Let's listen into this here on Live Now from Fox as they will hopefully step to the podium soon. Looks like this is still going to take some time. So Ken Gray, if you're still with me, we're going to continue just our conversation a little bit, monitoring this. And we might just, as we start, as I ask a new question, that's usually the timing of it as they will step up to the podium. So we'll get to them briefly, but we're going to continue our conversation just about this assassination attempt against Trump as the FBI now investigating it. And you kind of mentioned some of the criteria. Lay it out for us again as we head into this press conference, what an assassination attempt is, the definition, and what the FBI is doing now that we know that that's what they believe it might be.
FBI is responsible for assault on federal agents, and they are also responsible for assault on the president or the vice president or foreign officials. And so this is why the FBI is going to become the lead federal agency, despite that the Secret Service is responsible for protection of the president, investigations for attempts or actual assassinations fall under the FBI. But right now you are looking at a press conference where they are waiting for the responsible part, all the different agencies that have a piece of this to be present there. They all will want to be part of this press conference. And so that's why we've got this delay, is waiting for some of the heads of the agencies to show up here to be able to speak to this matter, and also to make sure that they have the latest details before they go forward. You don't want to show up and try to provide information that you have details of that you cannot share, or that you're not in the position to share at that point. And so that's why we're seeing a delay right now, is just simply getting the people there and making sure that they have the facts that they can share at that moment.
Yeah, that is a very good point. And I believe I asked you if we thought it would be Palm Beach, the sheriff, or Secret Service, and what they might be. And of course, we didn't know at that point, but it appears that Secret Service would be on hand from this. And maybe how much of an information can we gather from the fact that they are likely going to speak, and how much information can the Secret Service give? Because like you mentioned, they are in terms of protecting the individual, the FBI in terms of the investigation. What kind of details does it tell you that the Secret Service might provide an update?
Let me remind you that their title is Secret Service. And consequently, they're not going to give you a lot of details about what they do to protect the president, or what they do where there might have been an incident against the president, and that there was a gap in coverage or a possible problem there with it. They just don't give that information because it's not in their nature to provide details about what they do. That as a Secret Service, they are protecting the president here. And while on the other hand, the FBI, they say that's why they put the I in the FBI, is to do investigation.
Yeah.
And so you will be seeing the results of or hear about what the FBI is finding in their initial investigation, but it's all coming from other law enforcement.
All right.
I'll shut up while they talk.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's get out there to this, Ken. Thanks so much. Let's listen in to what they have to say here as they're investigating this assassination attempt. Let's listen in.
We have everything. All right. So when we get done, think about your questions, because we're not going to take a lot. And keep them to the information that you heard. Don't get into what ifs, and because of this, we're not going to go there. All right. So keep that in mind, and we'll be good. So here we go. All right, 1:30 this afternoon. Call came out, shots fired. That was called in by the Secret Service. Because we're in constant contact with them all the time, we were notified of that, and we had units here that immediately sealed off the area. Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us and said, hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of the vehicle and the tag, which was great. So we had that information. Our real-time crime center put it out to the license plate readers. And we were able to get a hit on that vehicle on I-95 as it was headed into Martin County. We got a hold of Martin County Sheriff's Office, alerted them, and they spotted the vehicle and pulled it over and detained the guy. After that, we took the the witness that witnessed the incident, flew him up there, and he identified as the person that he saw running out of the bushes and jumped into the car. Now, in the bushes where this guy was is a AK-47 style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro, which he was going to take pictures of. So those are being processed right now. The Secret Service agent that was on the course did a fantastic job. What they do is they have an agent that jumps one hole ahead of time to where the president was at. And he was able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence and immediately engage that individual, at which time the individual took off. So that's what we know about the investigation. We have somebody in custody right now that is a potential suspect. We got a little bit more work to do on it, but as we usually do, as soon as we decide that we're going to book him into the county jail and the charges that he's going to be booked into, we'll get those to you and we'll get a picture of him and we'll get you his background. So now I'm going to turn it over to the representative of the Secret Service, and he's going to make a brief statement.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I first want to thank all of our law enforcement partners, to include the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office and the Martin County Sheriff's Office, for their involvement today. Former President Donald Trump is safe and unharmed following a protective incident shortly before 2 p.m. on Sunday at Trump International Golf Club at West Palm Beach. The U.S. Secret Service personnel opened fire on a gunman located near the property line, and this matter is under investigation. I'll turn it over to my partners over at the FBI.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Veltri. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's Miami field office. The FBI has assumed the role as the lead federal law enforcement agency in the investigation of the incident that occurred earlier today at Trump International Golf Course here in West Palm Beach, Florida. We've deployed a number of resources, including investigative teams, crisis response team members, bomb technicians, and evidence response team members as well. What we need right now is for the public to avoid the area around the golf course. We will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI, alongside our partners with the United States Secret Service and the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, as well as Martin County Sheriff's Office and state and local law enforcement. I would ask that if anyone has any information that may assist with this investigation, to contact our tip line at 1-800-CALL-FBI or at tips, that's TIPS, .FBI.gov. Thank you.
David?
Hi, I'm Dave Ehrenberg, State Attorney for Palm Beach County. I want to thank Sheriff Bradshaw and our partners at the local, state, and federal levels. I'm here because our prosecutors are currently working up warrants and a motion for pretrial detention for the suspect. In that way, he will be kept in custody. But our filing of these warrants and charges at the state level does not preclude federal charges that could be coming. But in the meantime, it looks like the warrants and the pretrial detention motion will happen first. And again, I want to thank the cooperation we've had with our federal partners and at the local level. And thank you all for being here today.
Okay, we're going to make these pictures available to you. It'll show you a picture of the backpack and the rifle. And there's also a GoPro on the fence there where he was intent on filming what was going on. Even though we're going to have to secure a couple of areas around the golf course here, the public doesn't need to panic. We know that we got a post office, a library, and a school down the street. So we'll make it convenient for you to get to all the places you need to go, get your kids to school, get them over here to the post office or wherever else you need to go. It's safe. There's no more danger here, and we'll make it very convenient for you. So having said that, we're going to take a very limited amount of questions, and you can direct them to who you want to answer the question.
Sheriff, did this individual make any statements as he was being detained?
No statement right now as far as his involvement in the incident, and there's further investigation to be completed.
What was his demeanor like?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Secret Service gentleman answered. I misunderstood, or I couldn't quite understand. So there was a rifle. So one of your agents saw on the golf course saw a rifle pointing to a fence with a chain link. Okay, so he saw that, the agent.
That is correct. Yes.
And the president or the former president was on the course behind him. How close?
It was 1 or 2 holes behind.
100%.
That because the bubble moves through the golf course, so our agents will get there first, clear it. He noticed that the rifle was pointed out. Our agents engaged. We are not sure right now if the individual was able to take a shot at our agents, but for sure our agents were able to engage with the subject. I don't know that.
Doesn't appear so.
Is there more?
Yep. Al?
How far away was the president? How far away was Donald Trump when this gentleman was caught and stopped?
I got it. Probably between 300 and 500 yards, but with a rifle and a scope like that, that's not a long distance.
For the Secret Service, how far was your agent from the would-be assailant?
That I'm not sure right now. We're still looking into that.
Reports are that 4 rounds of ammunition were fired. Were all 4 of those from your agent?
That is correct. 4 to 6. We're not sure yet.
Was there a long distance? Explaining why?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
WPBF 25. I was wondering what how this was able to happen, and for future reference, is there any up security in the golf course?
I didn't hear all that. Say that one more time and talk up a little bit.
So, how was this able to happen, and for future reference, is there any up security at a golf course?
Well, you got to understand the golf course is surrounded by shrubbery, so when somebody gets into the shrubbery, they're pretty much out of sight. All right, and at this level that he is at right now, he's not the sitting president. If he was, we would have had this entire golf course around it. Well, because he's not, the security is limited to the areas that the Secret Service deems possible. So I would imagine that the next time he comes to the golf course, there'll probably be a little more people around the perimeter. But the Secret Service did exactly what they should have done. They provided exactly what the protection should have been, and their agent did a fantastic job.
Which direction was the shrubbery where he was? North, south? I guess east, west, or south is the road?
The layout of the golf course, you've got 3 holes, 5, 6, and 7. All right? One of them runs parallel to Summit Boulevard. One of them runs parallel to Congress. And he was in an area in the shrubbery where he could see both holes. So the president was another hole back, which means he's about between 400 and 500 yards away.
So he was on the golf course?
Oh, he's on the golf course, yeah, but he's back a ways.
For the Secret Service, have you guys changed at all the way that you guys are protecting former President Donald Trump? This now potential second attempt on him. Can you just elaborate on how things have changed and what you make of all this?
Yes, the threat level is high. We have increased the amount of assets that we've supported, so we live in danger times. So yes.
We're done with questions right now. There's really nothing more for us to add. I just want to tell you, the Secret Service and the FBI and the State Attorney's Office have been fantastic to work with. And I can tell you right now, our agency with this real-time crime center was fabulous. That's how we got the guy. We started out with, we don't know anything, to where we had a tag, we had a vehicle description, and we got an area where we saw the person. So be proud of your law enforcement. All right, thanks folks, we'll get back to you.
Where on 95 was it that Sheriff wants to
Yeah, she'll get the photos to you.
All right, you're just listening in there to local law enforcement and Secret Service and other people on hand for this breaking news event, as the FBI is now investigating what they're calling an assassination attempt against the former President Donald Trump at this golf course. They're detailing some of what was going on as the bubble around the former president on this golf course. A Secret Service member ahead of this group saw what they believe to be a muzzle sticking through a fence line on the exterior portion of the golf course. They confronted the individual and shots were fired. Of course, we're also seeing this picture, as it is going to be out there quite a bit, of what they say are an AK-style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks, a GoPro as well. So this is the image that they were showing at this press conference of this assassination attempt. They did pursue the individual they believe that is connected to this on I-95. They do have him in custody. They said there was no statement yet from the suspect. All right, let's continue here on Live Now from Fox. Bring into the conversation national security expert Hal Kemper. Hal, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I know you were just listening into that press conference. They gave some details about the suspect, what the suspect had, the pursuit, and also the threat level. They called it high. What do we make of it? What are the main focal points you saw from that press conference?
Andy, what I saw was the secret. Of course, as you mentioned, the bubble around the former president. In this case, it pushes out maybe 400 or 500 yards. They don't close down the entire golf course, but they push it out to the hole ahead of him. And the Secret Service detected the AK-47, the muzzle pointed through the fence line. What we do know is that the Secret Service took the shooter under fire. What's not clear is if the shooter ever actually fired. It's possible. They said there's going to be more information on that, and I'm sure they have to do some ballistics, look at the weapon to find out if it was fired. But they did take him under fire. He immediately egressed out of the area, got out of there, jumped into his pickup truck, is what it looks like, and his Nissan pickup truck. And it was very fortuitous that there was a witness there that had the presence of mind to take a picture. So you had a picture of the truck, and they had the license plate. And he took off, but because that area around West Palm Beach has what's called ALPERS, the Automated License Plate Reading System. And this is very common around many urban areas, that they have this primarily for auto theft, but they also deal with other types of crimes. But they have this, so it immediately picked it up when he went on the I-95, and they were able to give the next county over the information of what the truck looked like. They were able to send the picture of the whole bit, and they were able to make a traffic stop. And very fortunately, there was, it sounds like the traffic stop was without serious incident. In other words, he didn't open fire on them or anything like that. Traffic stops, as anyone in law enforcement will tell you, can be some of the most dangerous enforcement operations out there. This one, fortunately, did not turn into a dangerous operation. They have a lot of details, and it's fascinating to me that the FBI has assessed this was an attempted assassination already. Now, one could make certainly an app based on just a picture of everything you see there. That'd be a logical conclusion. But it's possible that when they took him into custody, he may have said something too, which kind of removed all doubt.
Yeah.
It's interesting how fast they moved on this. But clearly, we've gone from a situation where initially there were reports of shots in the vicinity of President Trump. Honestly, shots being fired in southern Florida, not an exceptional sort of thing. That happens, all right? So you can't say that was an assassination attempt. But now it's really got down to, yes, it was clearly somebody was there. And he had an assault rifle, had an AK-47 with a scope. Very interesting combination. AK-47s, just the iron sights, not the best. I know there are some people who love them, but they're not a great long-range weapon, generally speaking. With a scope, you can add a little bit more distance on it, maybe 300, 400 meters, fairly accurate. With the AK-47, because of the type of weapon it is, you could do some rapid fire. So he would probably compensate for the accuracy of the weapon with a lot of firepower, a lot of rounds going downrange. 7.62 caliber. So it's a heavier round than say your 5.56, like you'd see with an AR-15, and that may be a decision based on the Secret Service protection and everything else, that he wanted a round with more stopping capability, more penetration capability. So he was looking at the volume of fire that would be fired, and also I wouldn't be surprised if those backpacks, they find some extra magazines, and he was planning on engaging them for quite some time as best he can. Of course, the GoPro, fascinating. The GoPro, we've seen that with other terrorist attacks, specifically the one I think of in New Zealand at Christchurch at the mosque, where the shooter actually did a terrorist attack on the mosque, and he live streamed with a GoPro the entire event. Clearly, based on what we're seeing here, if he had a GoPro there, the thing they're going to look at is, was he planning on live streaming this assassination attempt? And based on what I'm seeing, it's probably a safe inference that was his intent.
Yeah, a very scary, terrifying moment, just as we're getting more details about it, because like you mentioned, the initial report coming in from the Trump campaign that there were gunshots in the vicinity of the former President Donald Trump while he was on the golf course, something he does very, very frequently. Let's talk about that AK-style rifle as well and the scope. They mentioned the kind of range of that 300 to 500 yards as well. Maybe how in just kind of layman's terms, how far is that, and what does the Secret Service do kind of knowing the range of some of these weapons that might be out there?
Yeah, 500 yards, you could hit something, certainly with a scope. If you've been out there, you've sighted it in, you've got your, as we say, dope on the weapon, and you've done some other things, where you really, you got the correct range, you've compensated for the wind, stuff like that. Yes, you could possibly hit out to 500 yards. I don't know that you'd hit a bullseye out of 500 yards or something like that, but you could put rounds in the definitely in the vicinity of the president and everyone around him. And the thing with the AK-47 though, and we don't know if this one was more likely than not semi-automatic, not fully automatic, although that's very possible. If it was fully automatic though, you're not going to get a long-range shot. Fully automatic, it's just too tough to control the weapon. Semi-automatic though, he could put a significant volume of fire into the area of where the president would be. And that may have been his goal. And of course, with the AK-47, as I mentioned earlier, that's a little bit bigger round. That's a 7.62 millimeter round. That's bigger than what you see with the AR-15, which is normally a 5.56 millimeter round. There's a little bit different philosophy in terms of the U.S. versus the. This was essentially a Russian weapon. Initially, I don't know where this one was made, but it originally came from Russia. The thought was that they wanted a heavier round with more stopping power. That's also a consideration, though, when you're looking at a president who's surrounded by Secret Service agents wearing body armor, and that may have been what he was thinking, which is he wanted a heavier round, more. That he was going to compensate for the fact that you got a relatively less accurate weapon than some other weapons out there, but you have a heavier round. That may have been his thinking on that. Of course, I will tell you too, there's a number of folks out there, certainly violent extremists that they love AK-47s, and I always find that rather interesting. I always find it fascinating when someone is anti-government and they're anti and they decry communism at every other turn, and then they say and they love the AK-47. I go, well, if you ever looked at where the weapon actually came from, but you will hear that kind of.
Yeah, of course, Hal. The feed going a little bit in and out right here, but we're going to stick with it because we're getting new information. I want to put up this here on social media. This a post on X from John Schneider. He is a Florida state rep. He's the son of the Martin County sheriff, saying the suspect in custody related to the Trump shooting incident is a white male in his mid-60s. So we're getting these new incidents, and it's an interesting contrast to what we learned with Thomas Matthew Crooks, kind of the opposite end, a younger individual. What do we make of this new detail, and what are they kind of asking him during some of these interviews? Because you imagine they're trying to learn a little bit about him, about a possible motive, potentially anyone around him that might have known about this. What do we make of this latest detail, Hal?
One thing that jumps out at that, interesting, white male. Okay, I don't want to, speculation at this point what his motivations are. But one of course, one of the things would be, is it an ISIS-inspired thing? Is it something maybe tied to the Iranian plots? A white male in his mid-60s would be a less likely suspect. I wouldn't rule it out, but it'd be a less likely suspect with those particular motivations. So it's going to be kind of interesting to figure out what exactly is this person's motivation. And we have seen assassination attempts from the far left and the far right. I would remind you that there was an attack. In fact, Representative Scalise was seriously injured, almost killed, or seriously wounded, almost killed in an attack on members of Congress when they were practicing for the the annual congressional baseball game. That he was a far left or far left assassin. And then, of course, we've seen far right assassins as well. So it could be anywhere on that spectrum. I can't tell you at this point. It would seem less likely, though, not impossible, but less likely that this person is tied to an Iranian plot. And of course, I say that because that is as an active plot to try and assassinate senior members of the Trump administration, and certainly they would probably, by inference, want to take out President Trump himself if they could. And so it would seem less likely. So that's all I can really, at this point, with that little of information, that's probably all I can really derive from that.
Yeah, the press conference didn't really get into the ideology of this individual. They didn't really detail that suspect, but that was coming in on social media from a Florida state rep talking about the son of a Martin County sheriff, talking about a white male in his 60s. We also heard from that press conference talking about the threat level at a high, and you mentioned just some of those international threats and threats from different countries overseas. Let's talk about this, because we're also seeing this post from J.D. Vance talking about he's glad that President Trump is safe. He spoke with him before the news was public. He was amazing, in good spirits, still don't know much, but he'll be hugging his kids extra tight tonight, saying a prayer of gratitude. This also coming in as Trump tells Brett Baier, I tell everybody I am fine. The Secret Service did a great job. He says he was playing golf on the course in West Palm on the 5th hole when shots rang out. He was put into the golf court and quickly driven back to the clubhouse. So though still very limited details were coming in, but let's talk about the high nature, the threat level that is on high. And this comes more than 2 months after what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. Can they get even higher? What does that mean, and how tight will security be around Trump and all the candidates going into November?
Andy, that's a fascinating question. And I really kind of go back to what the sheriff was saying in the press conference. He says, well, he's not the president of the United States, so we don't shut down the entire course. That may change a bit. I would say with this particular assassination attempt, you may see some modification in terms of how far they push out the bubble, as they say. You may see a number of other agencies having to come in and augment the Secret Service on a more frequent basis, from other parts of DHS, like Homeland Security investigations and certainly other 1811 special agents being brought into some of these protective details as well. One thing was interesting, you may recall from Butler, there was a lot of discussion about the failure of communications between the federal and the local level. That is not what I heard in this press conference. What I heard in this press conference, and probably that's because, look, that's where the president lives. This is where the president, he's there all the time, the former president, I should say. So they would have all those communications paths have established, firmed up. This is not something where he's going off to a rally someplace. This is something that this routine that they would have this, they'd be monitoring everybody else's communications paths. So that would be something went very quickly over to him. And that, to me, was an indicator of how this is going. But I do think that bubble's going to get pushed out. You may see less things like this with not just President Trump, but also with Vice President Harris, in fact, and the vice presidential candidates, that they may be doing less of certain things. So you may not see him playing golf, for example, as often. And certainly at all the events, I would imagine you're going to see a heightened security presence across the board. There'll be greater screening of anybody in the vicinity, and you may see some other things that we probably shouldn't talk about that'll be around the protectee that they will use to as defensive measures to better insulate the protectee from possible fire, things like that. It's interesting though. They said he jumped in a golf cart and took off towards the clubhouse. I'm a little curious to hear more about that. I would have expected that an armored SUV would have rolled up on the green and they would have put him in the armored SUV. That would be my expectation. Usually they'll have what they would call, what the president they call the beast, but usually some up armored SUV type of vehicle in these things is in very close proximity. And whereas I'm sure would irritate the golf to the club, I would imagine there are exceptions for when an SUV can go in there and tear up the turf. This would be one of those exceptions.
Yeah, the maintenance crew might not be happy, but
They may not be happy, but this is one of those exceptional situations. So I expect there'll be more information on that in terms of when he actually was put into an armored vehicle to provide him greater protection.
yeah, and of course, it feels like we contrast what happened 2 months in Butler in a significant portion what we happened today in Mar-a-Lago in West Palm Beach. Also about how he was led out of that rally in Butler, but we're going to get to that in a little bit because I do want to talk to you about the bubble at this golf course because there is maybe some credibility from the Secret Service. They said they did exactly what they should have done, and you talked about in terms of the bubble, maybe it should have been larger, maybe it will be larger. Are we surprised that it wasn't larger even at this point, knowing what we know happened 2 months ago, that they might have expended the bubble even more because there was only a Secret Service member going a hole ahead? The whole golf course wasn't surrounded by Secret Service. Are we surprised that that wasn't in place already?
Well, obviously, the Secret Service detected the threat early on, took him under fire, maybe before he even had a chance to fire the weapon. So in that regard, it was a success. One of the things they're probably going to be looking at is the bubble itself. The bubble was well, obviously, from what we can tell, was primarily within the golf course, within the fence line, if you will. What this individual did, from what we know, and I just have to take from what limited information we have, is that they had gone into the hedges, into the brush line, if you will, and had gone up to the fence, set up a shooter's nest, if you will, at the fence line with camouflaged by the hedgerow around the golf course. And I'm sure one of the discussions is going to be, should they put more people outside the fence line, possibly on the street, possibly even blocking off lanes of traffic. If you look at the White House, and it's interesting, I've been around long enough. I used to be stationed in the Washington, D.C. area. Used to be that you could literally drive by the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue. That has been pushed back more and more. The fence line has been pushed back. You can't actually go to the inner fence line of the White House like you used to be able to because they've had incidents. And they keep pushing back the perimeter further and further. So it makes it more difficult to actually get any way proximate to the White House. I would imagine you're going to see some of that philosophy being used in terms of pushing that bubble out more to give them more observation, more surveillance, if you will, of what's going on around the bubble, and to give them early warning if there's anything suspicious around the bubble as well. And whereas this was obviously a successful intervention, a successful protection action, they're going to go back and they're going to look at what happened and they're going to say, okay, is there ways that we can do this better? And off the top of my head, I think so. One of the things they may be looking at with this, and it didn't come up in the press conference, it certainly came up after Butler, was a discussion of the Secret Service using drones. And I look at this and I go, this is a perfect opportunity where the Secret Service could have employed drones for overhead surveillance while the president is on the course. I don't know if they did not employ drones, but based on what little they've told us, it sounds like the agents actually came across this individual when they saw the muzzle pointed to the fence line. That would indicate to me that it probably wasn't a drone early warning. I may be proven wrong if more information comes out, but I would say they're going to go back and say, hey, look, we got to employ drones because possibly drones could have provided that extra early warning, if you will, that somebody was there. And the fact that he was able to get to his vehicle so quickly indicates that he probably parked very proximate to the golf course perimeter itself. So there's a lot of things there that I think we're going to have to look at afterwards to see if they could have done a few things to provide a little additional intelligence early warning, if you will, and then of course pushing the perimeter out from a physical protection standpoint.
Yeah, the home turf factor and the fact that they didn't have a drone there, very, very interesting. As like you mentioned, between Butler, Pennsylvania, and some of the communication lapses between Secret Service and law enforcement there led to some changes, led to accountability as the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle, did step down. I do want to put up just this kind of a timeline, what we learned earlier on, and we're going to ask you some more questions here, Hal, about this. But of course, this were just what we know at this point. The first report of shots fired around 1:30 Eastern. The units, they sealed off the area. Suspect jumped out of the bushes and into a black Nissan. Witnesses reported a car and license plate to police. That led to them tracking him down very, very quickly. Authorities pulled over the suspect on I-95, took them into custody. Witnesses later identified the suspect. The weapon that was used, a scope with also 2 backpacks and a GoPro recovered. Trump was safe, although he was 300 to 500 yards away from the shooter. In my mind, as I imagine so anybody else, their mind come back to what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. Are there any other contrasts that stick out to you? Maybe similarities and contrasts that stick out between what happened in Butler and what happened today?
Well, the range obviously jumps out right away because the range is similar. When you look at that, that's similar to the same range. It's not, I shouldn't say it's identical, but it's within the area of range that you would expect. And whereas it was a much shorter range, I would say, generally speaking, in Butler, that kind of jumped out at me. The fact that they were both that they were assault rifles, that jumps out at me as well. It could be that the choice of weapon was actually based on what the shooter saw. This shooter saw happen over in Butler. He may have decided to go with a heavier round. As I mentioned, assuming this is a 7.62 AK-47, all we know right now is it's a AK style, and so I've seen some variations with AK style weapons as well. So I'm just having to kind of infer what's probable with this in terms of that. One thing I would mention though about a golf course, and this is a design feature. Golf courses, by their very design, 300 to 500 yards doesn't mean he has line of sight. That's a distinct difference, all right? So he may have had zero line of sight with the president, former president, and with the immediate, his Secret Service detail. So even though he was there, even though he was ready, they're actually from a targeting standpoint, he probably couldn't see where they were. I mean, he could have probably fired some weapons or fired his weapon in the general direction, but that's probably about it. And certainly with the amount of brush, the tree line you have with a normal golf course, particularly one in southern Florida, where it tends to be very lush, somewhat different than what you might run into, say, in Palm Springs or Phoenix or something like that. That the tree line would, if there were rounds fired, would have implicitly acted to shield, to provide some cover at that distance. Probably a number of the rounds would have impacted within the tree line. So you have some concealment of the president because of the tree line, because of the design of the golf course. Again, that's an inference. I don't have a schematic in front of me to say exactly where he was, but 300 to 500 yards, one hole ahead, that's pretty safe to say that's likely that he did not have line of sight. And so when he came under fire, regardless of the motivation, it may have been that that's why he left the weapon and stuff. It's like he never really had a chance to actually engage in any way with the former president or his immediate Secret Service detail at that distance. Couldn't see him. There was certainly some cover provided by the foliage, and then of course, depending on how the golf course is designed, sand traps and stuff, that all provides a certain amount of defilade, depending on where he was in relation to where the president was playing. So there's a lot of things there that could have really mitigated the threat to the president from when they were looking at the bubble.
Yeah. No, and there, like you said, there was a Secret Service member that was a hole ahead that did spot this individual. Very, very interesting. And I think they said there were 3 golf holes kind of on the exterior, kind of on a road type of area around Mar-a-Lago, around this Trump International Golf Course. I do want to ask you, as we talk more about the things that they left behind, the GoPro, the AK-style rifle with the scope, but also Lucas Tomlinson posted this on social media saying potential assassin had protective ceramic plates in his backpack as well. This, according to officials, and yeah, I believe you might be able to see them in this picture on this fence line just outside of the golf course. What are those? How? What kind of maybe benefit to that individual do they have? What are they? What are they used for?
That's armor. Basically, what you're seeing there is he brought his own little he brought a little bunker with him, if you will. But he actually is hanging ceramic plates. I'm assuming those are ballistic plates, is what they're talking about. If you see the weapon, and I'm guessing that he may have actually dropped it just like that. He was pointing through, but if you look at the weapon where it's pointed through the fence line, you see the ceramic plates hanging. That provides him, it blocks his visibility a little bit, but I'm pretty sure he knew exactly where he was going to engage the former president. But what that does is when he would be taking rounds coming in at him, the ceramic plates would provide him a certain amount of armor protection, if you will, around where he is. And so that's what the ceramic plates tend to be a little heavier than some of the body armor worn. I have worn body armor that actually had plates actually in the body armor itself. And you can't move around very well with that, but that actually was mobile armor that he hung up there. Now, with that, my guess is, and I may be wrong on this, but my guess is that he probably had some spare magazines in there as well. And so it was just basically once he took the former president under fire, he probably was planning on staying there for a bit. And it may be an indication that he was planning to stay there and continue firing until he couldn't fire anymore, which means it could have been, and look, if you're going to do something like that, you probably have in the back of your mind, as they sometimes say, it's a one-way trip, if you will, that they're not going to get out of there. And so that may have been part of his thinking as well, that's going to be his, the final thing he does. So hang some ceramic armor to buy him a little more time, because he knows that once he starts firing, Secret Service and everybody else is going to be all over his position. So that would make sense. Rather interesting, though. I have not seen that in a lot of other assassination situations. There's a certain amount of planning and thinking that goes into that. That's indicative. We don't know a whole lot at this point. We just had the press conference, but it does show a degree of planning to this, which is rather interesting. And I would also point out, as you see when you hang them, it limits his field of view. His field of observation is limited by those backpacks, which probably means that at some point he had actually gone out there and looked at that particular space. He probably had been there before, once, twice, or more, and had figured that was maybe an optimal place to take the former president under fire. We're going to find these things out. That's pure speculation. But based on some of the things he did with setting up a GoPro and some other things, there's probably a degree of planning, reconnaissance that went into this in his thinking, because he's planning on filming it. Obviously, with a GoPro, he's got the backpacks, the plates hanging there. That tells me he's got a field of view very much in mind. That he's probably, it's not something where he just kind of walked up to the fence and probably just set this stuff up. It was something where he probably had moved around that fence line before and had figured that was a very opportune place to actually set up a sniper's nest, if you will.
We'll get into the plan a little bit, because that's very interesting, but I want to circle back to the ceramic tile, because like you mentioned, they don't feel very common in moments like this. I don't really know what they were used for, and of course you can understand what a gun is used for, sometimes for hunting, sometimes for protection. How common are those ceramic plates? Because it doesn't feel like you hear about them a lot or really ever see them a lot.
Well, the ceramic plates, it's a ballistic plate is what it is. And for example, when you see troops, whether Marines, Marines, Army, Navy, whomever, out there in in combat in the field. Within our body armor, we will have certain areas where but not all of it, but certain areas. For example, in the chest area where the vital organs are, we'll normally drop a ceramic plate in there, and maybe a couple of other areas, and same thing in the back. And basically, what it does is it provides you a hardened ballistic protection, much more than the rest of the ballistic protection on the vest itself. In many cases, depending on the type of weapon that's being fired at you, some of it's great for shrapnel. Some of it may be fine for smaller caliber weapons like 9mm. But when you get into heavier weapons like a 7.62 round, that would be something where you'd want a ballistic plate. And rather interesting adaptation here. He's not wearing it on a vest. He's actually hanging it from a fence. My guess is, looking at that, he's probably got something where he's tied it off to the fence as well to provide him some protection. I don't know how well that would work because the round itself has, depending on what they're firing, the round itself can have the firing at him, I should say. The rounds themselves could have quite a bit of impact as well. But if it's 9mm, which is kind of standard that you see, certainly something like that, if it's tied off well, would provide him a measure of protection. Now with a 50 caliber counter sniper weapon or something like that, not a whole lot of protection. That's probably going to go right through those plates. But then again, it would take a while to put a 50 caliber counter sniper weapon into action, depending on how the golf course is laid out and where that counter sniper would be. And there's just a lot of questions that go with that.
No, that is good. I just wanted to clarify that. Kind of interesting to note that they made a note of it during the press conference as well. Let's get back into the plan. And you mentioned the reconnaissance that might have gone into looking out and finding a location like this as the FBI investigating this assassination attempt. What is the FBI doing now in terms of what this plan was, what this individual might be looking into, both digitally and also talking to people? What's the investigation look like now in terms of that?
My guess is that the FBI has swarmed over everything tied to this individual. Obviously, they're doing a heavy forensic on the crime scene, if you will, where he was set up doing things. They're interviewing anybody in the area that could have seen him. Any types of cameras that were on streets or on buildings or whatever, where they could have caught an image. So they're doing that sort of investigation right off. They're also probably trying to go back, and this will take time, to go back over time to see if they've seen his vehicle or him in or around that golf course or in or around any place else. And they'll be doing that type of investigation as well. And then, of course, they're going to look at wherever he lives, wherever he works. They'll be going through everything there. They'll be looking at his complete digital footprint, everything that he's done online, what he's been looking at, websites, anything that he's been tracking at all. And then they'll be doing basically a full profile of who he was, why he was, to try and figure out what was his motivation. Why was he doing what he was doing? And then obviously, this kind of stands out. Most assassins are not in their mid-60s. It does happen. You may recall that there was an assassin over our attempted assassination over in Eastern Europe, where the assassin was quite older, and that was an exceptional thing. But normally assassins are younger, 20s, 30s, sometimes their 40s. We've seen terrorists are usually in the same category, although with that said, there are exceptions. There was a sniper, if you recall, I think it was 2017 in Las Vegas at the Route 91 concert, where he was actually high up in a resort right across the way with a number of weapons, and he was in his 60s and a white male. And to this day, we're still not exactly sure what his motivation was, although most think he was an anti-government, anti-corporate extremist, expressed sovereign citizen beliefs. It's possible that could be what we're seeing here. We just don't know. It's way, way too early to speculate on what his motivation was. course, the other thing they're also going to look at is he connected to anybody? You know, is this a one-off? Is he a lone wolf, as they say? Who's he been talking to? Is there other things out there? Is this part of a larger plot? And they'll be looking at things like, you know, if he's been talking to others or any of those others that he's been communicating with, interfacing with in any way. Where are they? Who are they? Who have they been interfacing with? Or any of them? Yeah, so there'll be a lot of discussion on all of that to figure out what exactly is this plot. You know, right now everyone kind of is inclined to probably say, okay, this is a lone wolf individual, extremist, or whatever. But there may be more to it, and that's what we got to find out.
Yeah, more to it, more details to come. We do have one important detail that we want to share with our audience. There's a post coming in from Aisha Hosni, Fox News reporter, saying the suspect's name now being revealed. Sources telling David Spunt that the name is Ryan Wesley Ralph. That the suspect that was taken into custody on I-95 after this incident near the former president, as the FBI investigating this assassination attempt happening around 1:30 this afternoon. Details are very fluid, but we did hear the initial report come in around 1:30 in the afternoon. We do know new information now from police, from Secret Service, law enforcement, talking about how the individual outside of the golf course was spotted by a Secret Service member ahead of the former president while on the golf course. They did have an AK style rifle, a scope, 2 backpacks, ceramic tile, and a GoPro. So big news coming in. Suspect's name, Ryan Wesley Ralph. So we're getting that in. I do want to ask you how, because we heard from Secret Service, we heard from law enforcement there in Florida, and it's a distinct difference from what we saw back with Butler, Pennsylvania, with that assassination attempt. Do we expect the details to be a little bit more forthcoming this time? Because they are apparently a little bit more transparent right now. Is that something we can expect because of what happened 2 months ago?
I think we're going to see a lot of details come in pretty fast. And the reason why is because we've seen a lot of details come in pretty fast. I mean, the FBI immediately said they're looking at this as an attempted assassination. I found that to put that out there that quickly was rather unusual, but it also tells me that and I think this may be a little bit of the backyard syndrome, because this is an area that the former president lives. He's in all the time. That there are certain mechanics that are kind of worked out well ahead of time. Certain interagency muscle movements that have been worked out well ahead of time, where they're able to connect the dots a lot faster than they would, say, someplace else, like in rural Western Pennsylvania, where it's a little more challenging. So what I'm seeing here, and of course the fact that they've named the individual so soon in the investigation, tells me that there's a lot of things that have been happening behind the scenes. Perhaps, and this is just speculation, perhaps they've got, he has said things that may have incriminated himself. That would be kind of logical, but we'll find out more and more about what's going on with this. I will say that somebody at some point is going to point out that, yeah, he's probably an assassin because they put out 3 names. There is that thing historically where if somebody attempts an assassination or assassinates somebody, immediately they get their full name, their full 3 names up there. I don't know why that is. I'm not even quite sure where that. Maybe it started with Lincoln, but it does seem to. The assassin, it's almost a rule that they have to put out all 3 names of the assassin, which I don't find to be a rule in other parts of the public discourse with other individuals, that their middle name has to be put in there. But for some reason, that's just something that goes back, literally to probably to Lincoln's assassination. So
yeah, a common thread there between those, and we don't know how much to read into that, but we do know the suspect's identity, the name at this point. Hal, before I let you go, I do have to ask you kind of more questions, because one more question about, you mentioned you don't want to speculate, but it might be assumed that they know some of this information. They're willing to give some of this information because of cooperation, as the suspect in custody, Thomas Matthew Crooks, taken out in that moment immediately after the shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania. What more can they learn from him? And does it allude to the fact that he might be speaking to law enforcement, that he is maybe revealing some information to them, so they are revealing information to the public?
It may very well be. The fact that they were able to put out a name like that, if they were not sure that that this individual was tied to an assassination attempt, I think they would be much more reticent to release a name because, well, frankly, you could be, basically impugning somebody in a very public way that may not be tied to anything illegal. They may, they could have just been driving a truck down the freeway. In this case, obviously, they have a lot of information where they know that that isn't the case. They have put his name out there. They put out other information on this, which tells me that they have a lot of information. And in a situation where they catch the assassin, it could be, depending on the motivation, that he could have been very much forthcoming on what he was doing and why he was doing it, depending on his motivation, his state of mind. Particularly if there's something where, look, terrorists and assassins are not always the most stable individuals, and they don't always think in the most logical way. So the thought that he would immediately ask for an attorney and clam up may not be the case. It may be that when he was caught, it could have been very forthcoming on what his motivation was. In fact, even bragging about what he was trying to do based on the fact that he did what he did. That's possible. That's speculation. We don't know. They have not said that. And I don't want anybody to jump to conclusions. But one thing we can infer is that they've got a lot of information on this individual, and they appear to be fairly what you see there in the picture, which was setting up a sniper's nest to take the former president under fire. And so things are moving rather fast. I have a feeling by tomorrow, we're going to have a lot more detail on what happened today.
Yeah, that is very true. And like you mentioned, just some of the cooperation as he might be speaking to authorities, also alluding to it by the fact that there was a GoPro found at the site just outside of this golf course in West Palm Beach. Art Hal Kemper, thank you so much. As always, a story that we're going to continue to follow. 51 days until the November election, heightened security around Trump and other candidates moving forward. But thank you again. I appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, thank you, Andy.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Breaking news, the FBI investigating this assassination attempt. Information coming in very, very piecemeal as the pieces come in, but we do know the suspect's name right now. Here, the latest, as he is identified as Ryan Wesley Ralph, a 60-year-old white male. This according to the son of the Martin County Sheriff, a Florida state representative. We're continuing to follow this developing story here on Live Now from Fox. We'll slide away for a quick 2-minute break, resets, and we'll hear this press conference again in full after this break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. A live look there in Florida, West Palm Beach, just about 6 o'clock on the East Coast, as we're learning new information right now as the FBI investigating this attempted assassination against the former president, the second in 2 months, just a little over 2 months since what transpired in Butler, Pennsylvania. I want to put up this post here on Live Now from Fox just to detail what we know at this point, the timeline of events, the details from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. It was first reported that shots were fired in the vicinity of the former President Donald Trump at 1:30 Eastern. Units immediately sealed off the area. The suspect, now identified, jumped out of the bushes and into a black Nissan. The witness reported car and license plate to police, and they ultimately led police to the suspect's car as it was pulled over on I-95. The individual was taken into custody. Witnesses later identified the suspect at the scene outside of this golf course. They found, authorities did, an AK-style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks, and a GoPro. The FBI leading the investigation into what they're calling an attempted assassination. They say Trump is safe. He was 300 to 500 yards away from the shooter at the time of what transpired earlier on. So still very much fluid information. Let's take you out to local law enforcement alongside Secret Service and people on the ground in Florida providing an update from just a little bit ago.
Okay, guys, you ready? Little rules of the road like we always talk about ahead of time. We are going to give you, when I say we have a representative from the FBI, from the Secret Service, from the State Attorney's Office. We are going to give you everything we have. Everything. All right? So when we get done, think about your questions, because we're not going to take a lot. And keep them to the information that you heard. Don't get into what ifs, and because of this, we're not going to go there. All right? So keep that in mind, and we'll be good. So here we go. All right, 1:30 this afternoon. Call came out, shots fired. That was called in by the Secret Service. Because we're in constant contact with them all the time, we were notified of that, and we had units here that immediately sealed off the area. Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us and said, hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of the vehicle and the tag, which was great. So we had that information. Our real-time crime center put it out to the license plate readers. And we were able to get a hit on that vehicle on I-95 as it was headed into Martin County. We got a hold of Martin County Sheriff's Office, alerted them, and they spotted the vehicle and pulled it over and detained the guy. After that, we took the victim, the witness that witnessed the incident, flew him up there, and he identified as the person that he saw running out of the bushes and jumped into the car. Now, in the bushes where this guy was is an AK-47 style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro, which he was going to take pictures of. So those are being processed right now. The Secret Service agent that was on the course did a fantastic job. What they do is they have an agent that jumps 1 hole ahead of time to where the president was at. And he was able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence and immediately engage that individual, at which time the individual took off. So that's what we know about the investigation. We have somebody in custody right now that is a potential suspect. We got a little bit more work to do on it, but as we usually do, as soon as we decide that we're going to book him into the county jail and the charges that he's going to be booked into, we'll get those to you, and we'll get a picture of him, and we'll get you his background. So now I'm going to turn it over to the representative of the Secret Service, and he's going to make a brief statement.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I first want to thank all of our law enforcement partners, to include the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office and the Martin County Sheriff's Office, for their involvement today. Former President Donald Trump is safe and unharmed following a protective incident shortly before 2 p.m. on Sunday at Trump International Golf Club at West Palm Beach. The U.S. Secret Service personnel opened fire on a gunman located near the property line, and this matter is under investigation. I'll turn it over to my partners over at the FBI.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Veltri. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's Miami field office. The FBI has assumed the role as the lead federal law enforcement agency in the investigation of the incident that occurred earlier today at Trump International Golf Course here in West Palm Beach, Florida. We've deployed a number of resources, including investigative teams, crisis response team members, bomb technicians, and evidence response team members as well. What we need right now is for the public to avoid the area around the golf course. We will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI, alongside our partners with the United States Secret Service and the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, as well as Martin County Sheriff's Office and state and local law enforcement. I would ask that if anyone has any information that may assist with this investigation, to contact our tip line at 1-800-CALL-FBI or at tips, that's TIPS, .FBI.gov. Thank you.
David?
Hi, I'm Dave Ehrenberg, State Attorney for Palm Beach County. I want to thank Sheriff Bradshaw and our partners at the local, state, and federal levels. I'm here because our prosecutors are currently working up warrants and a motion for pretrial detention for the suspect. In that way, he will be kept in custody. But our filing of these warrants and charges at the state level does not preclude federal charges that could be coming. But in the meantime, it looks like the warrants and the pretrial detention motion will happen first. And again, I want to thank the cooperation we've had with our federal partners and at the local level. And thank you all for being here today.
Okay, we're going to make these pictures available to you. It'll show you a picture of the backpack and the rifle. And there's also a GoPro on the fence there where he was intent on filming what was going on. Even though we're going to have to secure a couple of areas around the golf course here, the public doesn't need to panic. We know that we got a post office, a library, and a school down the street. So we'll make it convenient for you to get to all the places you need to go, get your kids to school, get them over here to the post office or wherever else you need to go. It's safe. There's no more danger here, and we'll make it very convenient for you. So having said that, we're going to take a very limited amount of questions, and you can direct them to who you want to answer the question.
Sheriff, did this individual make any statements as he was being detained?
No statement right now as far as his involvement in the incident, and there's further investigation to be completed.
What was his demeanor like?
Yeah, I'm not sure if maybe the Secret Service gentleman answered. I misunderstood, or I couldn't quite understand. So there was a rifle. So one of your agents saw on the golf course a rifle pointing to a fence. Was it a chain link? Okay. So he saw that, the agent?
That is correct, yes.
And the president or former president was on the course behind him. How close?
It was 1 or 2 holes behind.
1 or 2.
That because the bubble moves through the golf course, so our agents will get there first, clear it. He noticed that the rifle was pointed out. Our agents engaged. We are not sure right now if the individual was able to take a shot at our agents, but for sure our agents were able to engage with the subject. I don't know that.
Doesn't appear so.
Is there a motive?
Yep. How?
How far away was the president? How far away was Donald Trump when this gentleman was caught and stopped?
I got it. Okay. Probably between 300 and 500 yards, but with a rifle and a scope like that, that's not a long distance.
For the Secret Service, how far was your agent from the would-be assailant?
That I'm not sure right now. We're still looking into that.
Reports of the 4 rounds of ammunition were fired. Were all 4 of those from your agent?
That is correct. 4 to 6. We're not sure yet.
Was there a long distance? Explaining why?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I was wondering what how this was able to happen and for future reference, is there any up-security in the golf course?
I didn't hear all of that. Say that one more time and talk up a little bit.
So how was this able to happen, and for future reference, is there any up-security in the golf course?
Well, you got to understand the golf course is surrounded by shrubbery. So when somebody gets into the shrubbery, they're pretty much out of sight. All right. And at this level that he is at right now, he's not the sitting president. If he was, we would have had this entire golf course around it. Well, because he's not, the security is limited to the areas that the Secret Service deems possible. So I would imagine that the next time he comes to the golf course, there'll probably be a little bit more people around the perimeter. But the Secret Service did exactly what they should have done. They provided exactly what the protection should have been, and their agent did a fantastic job.
Which direction was the shrubbery where he was? North, south? I guess east, west, or south of the road?
The layout of the golf course, you've got 3 holes, 5, 6, and 7. All right? One of them runs parallel to Summit Boulevard. One of them runs parallel to Congress. And he was in an area in the shrubbery where he could see both holes. So the president was another hole back, which means he's about between 400 and 500 yards away.
So he was on the golf course?
Oh, he's on the golf course, yeah, but he's back a ways.
For the Secret Service, have you guys changed at all the way that you guys are protecting former President Donald Trump? This is now a potential second attempt on him. Can you just elaborate on how things have changed and what you make of all this?
Yes, the threat level is high. We have increased the amount of assets that we've supported, so we live in danger times. So yes.
Okay. We're done with questions right now. There's really nothing more for us to add. I just want to tell you, the Secret Service and the FBI and the State Attorney's Office have been fantastic to work with. And I can tell you right now, our agency with this real-time crime center was fabulous. That's how we got the guy. We started out with, we don't know anything, to where we had a tag, we had a vehicle description, and we got an area where we saw the person. So be proud of your law enforcement. All right, thanks folks, we'll get back to you.
Where on 95 was it that...
All right, listening there to the latest briefing provided by investigators earlier on today after what the FBI is calling the second assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump. Thank you so much for sticking with us here at Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Karal Lahara, and we are continuing to cover this breaking news update. Do you want to put up a graphic once again on your screen, kind of outlining the details as to what we know so far from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. You did just hear the presser, but if you are just tuning in, this is what we know. The first report of shots fired happened at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. Units sealed off that area. Suspect jumped out of bushes and into a black Nissan. The witness reported a car and license plate to police. Authorities pulled over the suspect on I-95 and took them into custody. That suspect has since been identified. Witnesses, again, identifying that suspect, an AK-style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks, and a GoPro were recovered at the scene. The FBI is leading the investigation into what they are calling a, quote, attempted assassination. Trump is safe, and he was about 300 to 500 yards away from the shooter. Continuing on here with some more as we break down this very fluid and developing story, I'd like to bring into the conversation now Lieutenant Randy Sutton. He is the founder of the Wounded Blue and also with the Las Vegas Police Department. Randy, thanks so much for joining us today. Let's kind of dive into some of the points that we heard from that latest press conference. Something that I think stood out was when the sheriff there, one of the investigators speaking, said that the detail and the protection provided to a former president is different from a sitting president. And also, I'd like you to dive into the support that local law enforcement agencies give to the Secret Service when it comes to matters like this. Trump was just at a golf course golfing. What does that look like?
Sure thing. So let's, the fact that this is a second assassination attempt in such a very short period of time of President Trump should be a red flag to every American that the rhetoric and that the divisiveness that is in this country would foster such an environment that there would be 2 assassination attempts within such a short period of time. That should be of concern to every American. Let's look at what took place. Now, remember this, that the information that we're getting is still very, very sketchy. We know that this individual was waiting in the bushes. He was 300 to 500 yards away, which for a rifle shot is not really a long distance. But the fact that the Secret Service, who was clearly in a position, probably a sniper position, saw this individual, saw the barrel of the weapon, and opened fire, that shows that they were very, very ready for another threat. And then the individual fled. Witnesses saw his license plate and the vehicle, and then local police are the ones who actually made the arrest. This is called teamwork. This is called when law enforcement agencies work together, and it comes to a conclusion where the bad guy's in custody. No harm to President Trump, thank God. But once again, another assassination attempt, not in decades. In fact, I don't think since Gerald Ford have there been two assassination attempts on one individual.
Randy, I want to pull up a tweet here from Michelle Price. In it, she says this: the golf course was partially shut down for Trump as he played, and agents were a few holes ahead of him when they noticed the person with the firearm. That's what officials down there said. Now, you with the Las Vegas Police Department, let's put you in this situation. Trump, a former president, is in town. He's golfing. What kind of communication, what kind of teamwork, and what kind of resources would the local police department there have to provide to help Secret Service in order to make sure that Trump were to stay safe, or really any person at that caliber?
Sure thing. Well, let's look at what the mandate of the Secret Service is. They have the primary responsibility for the protection of presidents, their families, former presidents, and other dignitaries that receive that protection. They're the first line, if you will, when it comes down to the protection of these dignitaries. But they cannot do it alone. They have to rely on other agencies, such as state and local and other federal agencies as well, in order to accomplish their mission. You have a president who is out playing golf. There's a lot of room for people to hide in. There's a lot of open space. And so there are sweeps that are made by the Secret Service and also by local law enforcement. But the cops can't be everywhere all the time. And the fact that they had surveillance set up, and the surveillance was very effective today, and that probably was the most important issue here when it came down to protecting the former president. Secret Service agent spots what appears to be the barrel of a weapon and takes decisive action and opens fire. What you have here is where law enforcement did exactly what they were supposed to do. The coordination was excellent. We haven't, of course, heard all of the information. In fact, it's very, very, this information that we're getting right now is still, very, very light. We don't know anything about the identity. We don't know anything about the motivations of the suspect. But we have seen this. We have seen an incredible amount of divisiveness during this election period. I think probably than any I have ever seen in my lifetime.
Randy, let's talk a little bit more about the collaboration and coordination between several local law enforcement agents. So this incident happening in Palm Beach County, that's where the golf course is at, where Trump was golfing earlier today. The suspect caught in Martin County. We're talking about really strategic and effective communication between agencies there. Walk us through how that goes.
So we saw in the Pennsylvania attempt, we saw a breakdown of communications. And of course, that's being investigated now, and there's a great deal of attention being placed on that. It appears that during this particular incident, that the communication worked very, very well. Now remember that all of these police agencies and federal and state law enforcement agencies all have their own different radio frequencies. So making communication between all of these agencies is a challenge. The fact that this individual was spotted, agents fired upon him, clearly eliminated the threat to the former president. The individual tried to escape, and because of the excellent work of the law enforcement agencies in Florida, they captured him within a very short period of time. When you look at this, even at this cursory look, if you will, because we know so little about the situation as it unfolded, this appears to be a major win for law enforcement, Secret Service, Sheriff's Department, local law enforcement, all working in concert together to bring this situation to a successful conclusion, which is that President Trump is safe and the bad guy is behind bars.
I want to speak a little bit about some of the challenges that local law enforcement agencies have when trying to provide that extra detail or that aid to Secret Service agents and Secret Service members when trying to protect someone like former President Trump. Talk to us about that. I mean, what kind of resources and tools do local law enforcement agencies have at their disposal that they would be able to aid in a certain event like this?
Well, when you have a planned event as this was, President Trump doesn't go anywhere unless there is an advanced team, unless there are plans made that coordinate between the Secret Service and other law enforcement agencies. That just, we're not talking about anything spur of the moment. Let me go out and get some ice cream. Not happening. So you have a planned event. Well, that means that you have to do amazing coordination between all of the agencies involved. And there are agencies that we don't even know were involved. And so that requires an incredible amount of coordination. Now, local law enforcement, their primary mission is to enforce local laws and state laws. But you have jurisdictions that are rather large, as in this case with Palm Beach County and Martin County. They have personnel that are specially trained in SWAT tactics, in emergency management. And so this is nothing new to them. This is part of their responsibility, coordinating with the Secret Service and other agencies when there's a dignitary involved. So, this is not something that has not been done before. This is part and parcel of what the law enforcement function is. And that's cooperating with other agencies and giving your resources to them when it is necessary.
Randy, I also want to talk about maybe the dangers when it comes to apprehending a suspect that right now is being accused of an attempted assassination against a former president. I do have some footage here. This is a courtesy of the Martin County Sheriff's Office. Now, this is a picture of when finally law enforcement was able to catch up to the suspected vehicle and apprehend this suspect. What are the protocols in this situation?
Well, it doesn't get any more dangerous for the police officers who are making the car stop. Remember that the officers who are making the vehicle stop, they are the front line. They are the individuals who are literally facing gunfire every single day. We've had almost 300 police officers shot in the line of duty this year so far, which is an astounding number. We've seen the ambushes of more than 47 ambushes of local law enforcement and state law enforcement in the last year itself. So the officers who are called upon to make this vehicle stop are facing incredible danger, and they know it. And so they will. But remember this: that all of these officers are trained in making vehicle stops under felony conditions. Felony car stops, if you will, are part of the training of every law enforcement officer in America. But it all depends on how committed the individual is that you're stopping to determine whether or not that vehicle stop is going to go off with the arrest of the subject or it's going to end in a gunfight. And that is the danger that every single cop faces making a traffic stop, even if it's for a red light violation. But when you're talking about a situation like this, where the officers have been given information that there is a individual who was trying to kill the president of the United States, well, the heightened danger there is through the roof. And so you can bet that they were ready to take whatever action was necessary to take this individual into custody or to end the threat.
Randy, in respect to local law enforcement and the officers there, we know that the FBI is now taking over this investigation. How involved is the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office and the Martin County Sheriff's Office going to be going forward?
So as far as the prosecution of this individual, this will be a federal crime. The FBI will be the lead agency. The United States Attorney's Office and the Department of Justice will be the agency that prosecutes him. Local law enforcement, their function was to make the vehicle stop, make the arrest, and then complete whatever reports are needed in order to provide the continuity for the prosecution. So, you know, the criminal justice system is just that, a system. The law enforcement component makes the arrest, provides the probable cause to the prosecution. In this case, the prosecution would be the U.S. Attorney's Office. It's then their job to put the criminal case together, to bring forth the prosecution, and then it's the judiciary, in this case it will be a federal judiciary, will try the individual and then sentence him. So the system has to work together, and all of the different components, state, local, and federal system, all of these agencies have to coordinate to create a prosecution where this individual will be brought to justice.
You know, Randy, we always invite you to come on to really offer that perspective when it comes to these local law enforcement agencies and how they really are there to protect the wider public, but they also do step in when these larger incidents do occur. Is there anything that you would like to add before I let you go?
Well, the only thing I would like to add is that, you know, the number of law enforcement officers shot and being physically injured in the line of duty is absolutely almost to the point where even I can't believe it. And I've been in this law enforcement community for more than 40 years. The dangers that are facing these officers every single day, whether they are working with their federal partners in a situation like this, or they're even simply making vehicle stops or pedestrian stops, is exceedingly dangerous. And I wanted to say this, that if you are a law enforcement officer and you're struggling because of the situations that you face, or you've been physically injured, my organization is the Wounded Blue, and we help injured officers throughout this nation, whether those injuries are physical, emotional, or psychological. And that means if you are federal, local, or state, come to us. Never forgotten and never alone.
Well said there, Lieutenant Randy Sutton, founder of the Wounded Blue. We always appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. Thank you for hopping on so quickly as we continue to cover this developing story.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Of course, we're going to step away for a quick commercial break here at Live Now from Fox, but we continue our coverage. A look out there in West Palm Beach as we are learning new details, continuing to follow the latest as the FBI investigates what they're calling the second assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump. Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Carl Lahara. We are continuing to follow the breaking news and developing situation out of Palm Beach County, West Palm Beach in Florida. A live look right now at this picture that we have of that scene, a golf course in which former President Donald Trump was golfing at earlier today. And now the FBI is investigating what they're calling the second assassination attempt against the former president. Here are the details and what we know so far, courtesy of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. They did hold a press conference, which we did play for you live and we have played for you since, kind of rounding out all of these details that we know. So on your screen here, you can see that the first of the shots fired happened at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. Units sealed off the area in that vicinity. Suspect jumped out of bushes and into a black Nissan. Witnesses reported the car and license plate to police. Authorities pulled over the suspect on I-95, took him into custody, and witnesses later identified that suspect. We are still waiting for a mugshot to be released of said suspect. An AK-style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks, and a GoPro was recovered at the scene. The FBI is leading the investigation into what they are calling a, quote, attempted assassination. The former president, he is safe and was about 300 to 500 yards away from the shooter. Now, we are getting a lot of reaction and, of course, statements from local officials, also national figures. I'd like to bring some of those for you next as we continue to follow this very fluid situation. The first one I'd like to put up here is from J.D. Vance, the Ohio senator and Trump's vice presidential pick. He says, I'm glad President Trump is safe. I spoke to him before the news was public, and he was amazingly in good spirits. Still much we don't know, but I'll be hugging my kids extra tight tonight and saying a prayer of gratitude. We also have this, a statement from Vice President Kamala Harris and the opposition here heading into the November elections against the former president. She says, I have been briefed on reports of gunshots fired near former President Trump and his property in Florida, and I am glad he is safe. Violence has no place in America. More reaction continues. Here we have Tim Walz, Kamala Harris's vice presidential pick, saying, Gwen and I are glad to hear that Donald Trump is safe. Violence has no place in our country. It's not who we are as a nation. And then finally here, a tweet and a response from the senator of South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, saying, just spoke with President Trump. He is one of the strongest people I've ever known. He's in good spirits and he is more resolved than ever to save our country. As we continue to follow this, we have gotten snippets here from different agencies that are covering this story. And we do know that the suspect was actually caught in Martin County, Florida. Now, remember, the incident happened in Palm Beach County, Florida. Here, I do want to play a little bit of some sound that we got from the sheriff over in Martin County regarding that capture.
The suspect's demeanor I would describe as having a relatively calm, flat affect. He was not displaying a lot of emotion, never asked what is this about. Obviously, law enforcement with long rifles, blue lights, a lot going on, never questioned it.
Was he armed at the time, or he or she?
He was not armed when we took him out of the car. Of course, we didn't do a search, and I would suspect that they're getting a search warrant now. The FBI will take that car. We will transport it for them back to Palm Beach County into their office.
Listening there to Sheriff Snyder with the Martin County Sheriff's Office. It was his department that did end up catching up and capturing that suspect. I do have a tweet here from his son, John Snyder, who is also a representative out of Florida. It says the suspect in custody related to Trump's shooting incident is a white male in his mid-60s. And then we also have this tweet from Fox News correspondent Aisha Hasni saying the suspect's name is Ryan Wesley Ruth. That source is telling David Spunt. We're going to continue with this story, but first we're going to head to another quick commercial break. Stick with us. More to come next. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a look out at the golf course in Palm Beach County. That is the Trump International Golf Course, in which earlier today, former President Trump was playing out on the field, and a second assassination attempt on his life happened. That is according to the latest from the FBI. A very fluid investigation, a developing story here. So it's going to take some time to really get all of the nuts and bolts together. But really, the major breaking news is that this is being considered another assassination attempt about 2 months after the first one against the former president at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. For more on this, and we continue to discuss this situation, we're going to be joined once again by Scott Duffy, a former FBI special agent. Scott, you were on with us earlier today, and when we had you on the program, this was not designated as an assassination attempt. Walk us through the criteria that the FBI has in their pocket to say with affirmity that this is an assassination attempt.
Yeah, good evening, Krell, and thank you for having me on this evening. So yes, when I was on earlier on the program, it was information that was coming out, and so it was real time. There was some social media and some information coming out that it was a shooting in the vicinity of Trump National Golf Course, and of course, former President Trump having been on that golf course. And so we went through with, okay, is it a shooting that is an attempt on the life of former President Trump? Or was it a shooting nearby as a result of some violent act as an isolated incident? And talking through those points, the possibility of one or the other. However, regardless, that the Secret Service, once they have information that there's possible shots fired, that they would act like anything else and follow their protocols to remove President Trump and get him to a safe location. Now that we know it is a second assassination attempt on the life of former President Trump, that information comes by what law enforcement learned quickly. That you have an advance team, and in this case, not an advance team going out weeks, days in advance of a planned rally or an event, but in
the right place at the right time somehow.
Excuse me, Scott. Sorry for the audio. Continue, please.
Sure. Yeah, in this case, you have an advance team, a few agents that are going in advance of former President Trump on the golf course. And that advance team is ensuring if there's anybody in the vicinity that they'll clear out. And then if there's anybody on the perimeter, in this case, as I've realized, that you have a bus depot, a street that is accessible to the public within what I'm hearing, 400 or 500 yards. Again, not very far for a potential threat. And so you saw exactly, or what we're hearing, what Secret Service did is exactly what a plan should be. So an advance team looks for suspicious individuals, looks for something that is out of the ordinary. And in this case, you don't get more of an out of place, an extraordinary event where a Secret Service agent views what he believes or she believes, I don't know the gender of the Secret Service agent, a long gun, a barrel of a long gun, and then of course peering through the bushes, and then of course as the Secret Service agent, in my guess is advancing towards that threat, and then realizes quickly this is a gun, and there is an individual behind that gun, and so thereby, from what we gather, fires anywhere from 4 to 6 rounds, as to what the Secret Service representative had said at the press conference. And so a very real threat, an imminent danger threat, and so thereby the Secret Service took action, right? And then, as we know, as it's played out, the individual quickly escapes in a vehicle, and a great standby witness is able to provide very relevant information. So with those key pieces of information, law enforcement is quickly able to address this is not an isolated incident that happens to be a violent incident outside or in the vicinity of the golf course, but a direct threat to what Secret Service is saying on the former president. So thereby you have the pieces of information, you have evidence, and thereby FBI takes jurisdiction for yet another attempt on the life of former President Trump.
Something that I think is worth mentioning, I was on the desk here at Live Now when that first assassination attempt happened against the former president in Butler, Pennsylvania, about 2 months ago. It took some time for the FBI to officially call it an attempted assassination. In fact, it took some time to really get confirmation that there were gunshots that actually hit the former president. What's different about this situation that we were able to get that confirmation so quickly?
Yeah, so even though it seemed like it was a bit of time, law enforcement was able to determine quickly that this is a direct threat against a former president, thereby Secret Service doing what they're doing. They took action. That is, they shot several rounds towards that target. And then of course you have an immediate communication to the former President Trump's team to evacuate him to a safe and secure location. And then, of course, your local law enforcement quickly assessing. FBI is the investigative agency that would handle the investigation. And so, as I know, the press conference was put in place pretty quick, and probably as a result of the slower response to what we saw on July 13th. And so, law enforcement is learning and putting into practice. But at the same time, as the social media accounts, official accounts, were putting out, the Secret Service is addressing what I believe was a protective incident. I thought those were interesting words when I saw them. A protective incident, as opposed to a shooting in the vicinity of the former president, and are evaluating the circumstances. So, to the Secret Service, they knew immediately, because that information came right from the Secret Service communicating to the very team that's surrounding former President Trump to remove him, that there are shots fired. And this is so there was, I take it, there was no lack of communication or misunderstanding within the Secret Service circles. And then, of course, your 911 calls that might have been coming out from surrounding witnesses, whatnot. They don't know what's happening, but Secret Service did. And then there is a protocol in place when they know that this is a direct threat, not only to the former president, but also to the Secret Service agents that are protecting him. They are equally in danger. And so they are federal officers, and the FBI would have equal jurisdiction for a threat against a federal officer, no less than that of an assassination attempt against former President Trump. So and in regards to the press conference that was put in place, I believe that the FBI, being that they're going to have lead jurisdiction, also wanted to be present, and so thereby wherever the special agent in charge was, he needed to get there. And so that's why you probably had your delay, because it was a great coordinated effort of the sheriff and of course Secret Service, the district attorney, and then of course the FBI. So I saw some great collaboration there, and so even though it seemed like it was a bit of time, they wanted to ensure that they have the right representatives, that they were responding, and provide very simple, succinct information, but at the same time not compromising, because now you have somebody in custody, somebody who potentially could be interviewed, talking to law enforcement, and so thereby it's very important that they don't provide anything that could be of a jeopardy to the investigation. For example, is it possible that that you have a co-conspirator or somebody that could get rid of evidence? So it's very important in that regard to safeguard the investigation as this is still rapidly unfolding.
Speaking a little bit more about the investigation, the FBI's involvement going forward, a couple of pieces of evidence recovered from this scene today. I want to pull up a photo that was provided by the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office there. So you can see the weapon that was used. You see the backpack. There's a GoPro hanging there. All things that are going to be very useful, of course, going forward to try to really hone down what happened, the motive, and everything concerning that. What else is the FBI going to be scoping through? Are they going to be going digital, perhaps? How deeply are they digging into the background and the personal life of this suspect? What are the steps?
Yeah, so let's take out that perhaps. They are absolutely going through his digital media and any device that he may have in his possession. Not only what is possibly in those backpacks. So I did hear a GoPro, some tiles, which is confusing to me, and then of course his weapon. How much ammunition, what phones or anything else that might be in those bags. Of course, what is on his person and in that vehicle, which will be, as I heard, the a search warrant. They're going to pull out all the stops on this, and I can guarantee there's already an assistant U.S. attorney who's dedicated to ensuring that whatever search warrants, whatever subpoenas, whatever preservation letters have to go out, they are being done. And not to mention, as always, where did this individual come from? Where does this individual live? Who does this person know? All those things are in play. So you probably will have several different field offices encompassing interviews. So, for example, if this person is not of Florida and was heading back to wherever this person resides, the FBI is probably already on the doorsteps, if not inside the house. And then, of course, what is on that person's phone? So, if the suspect had a phone on him, or however many phones, who was that person in contact with, if anybody? Is this another lone wolf, or is this somebody who was in concert with somebody else? And so, thereby, the FBI has to determine those identities and ensure those people, if complicit, are quickly brought into custody. So it's an extensive investigation, and I can tell you, no stone is going to be left unturned here.
Let's talk about the charges then. With the FBI having that federal jurisdiction, we are expecting federal charges be brought forth. What could we be seeing against this suspect?
Yeah, so you have federal charges, right? An attempt assassination. You potentially have threats against federal officers. The FBI can look at each and every individual in line of sight as a potential victim. So you might have state or federal additional charges of people who were in harm's way. Um, you have assault charges. You have possible weapon charges. I don't know the legality of that weapon in the possession of the suspect. So those are always possibilities, and so be it. So you're looking at, of course, the top tier, an assassination attempt, and then related charges, which could be whatever he may have at his house or whichever location, residence, hotel that he's residing in. And so there may be additional charges of whatever is found inside that house to threats against federal officers. I don't know if this person got a shot off or if the Secret Service were quick enough in order to shoot, getting this and thus preventing this person from getting any shots fired.
Scott, we're approaching the bottom of the hour here, but I do want to ask if there's anything you feel that you need to add, something we may have missed now that we do have some more details on this situation. As I had mentioned, we had you earlier on today before the FBI officially said this was an attempted assassination. So what are your thoughts now that we know that that is the case?
Yeah, so we're now 2 months, and a second credible assassination attempt, right? You have where he is shot July 13th, and then additional people dying and being injured. And then you have this incident, which which really will shake up not only the Secret Service, but all those involved with regards to securing the safety of not only former President Trump, but those in his family and around him. We are in a very high tense um, of political strife, and for this to spill over into actionable threats and people willing to commit acts of violence on a political figure will definitely bring into question everything that has been done and is being done in order to not only secure the safety of all our political candidates and our leaders, but also to address how to tone down the rhetoric and try to prevent uh, another act of violence against not only former President Trump but any one of our leadership.
Definitely concerning, especially given the fact that we're still a few weeks out from this presidential election. We can expect more of these events to which these high-profile figures will be there. And so, of course, that is the thought going forward. How is everyone going to stay safe as we continue on through November? But Scott Duffy, a former FBI special agent, we always appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us again, and we'll be in touch and see how this develops going forward.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Of course, you as well. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. Before I do so, I would like to put up this tweet from Fox News correspondent Aisha Hazmi saying, Trump tells Brett Baier, tell everybody I am fine and the Secret Service did a great job. He says he was playing golf on his course in West Palm on the 5th hole when shots rang out. He was then put into the golf cart and quickly driven back to the clubhouse. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and thanks for being with us here at Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Carl Lahada. We're approaching a new hour, but we are still continuing to cover the breaking news situation as the former President Donald Trump, another assassination attempt against him. That has been confirmed by the FBI. It happened earlier today at the Trump International Golf Course in West Palm Beach, Florida. We do have a map here that I would like to pull up just to kind of show pretty much the area in which all of this took place. We know that Trump was golfing. We had that latest press conference from officials with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office where they provided some details, but still it is a developing story. So we're waiting to learn more. We know who the suspect is that is now in custody, but we don't have a mugshot just yet. It's one of the elements that we have kind of on our radar here, and we are expecting some sort of update on that coming up a little later on today. But in the meantime, we do want to reset and bring you all of the latest from that last press conference. Investigators on the ground down in Palm Beach County, Florida. Let's listen into what they had to say. This was straight after we learned of this incident.
We are going to give you, when I say we have a representative from the FBI, from the Secret Service, from the State Attorney's Office. We are going to give you everything we have, everything. All right, so when we get done, think about your questions because we're not going to take a lot. And keep them to the information that you heard. Don't get into what ifs, and because of this, we're not going to go there, all right? So keep that in mind, and we'll be good. So here we go. All right, 1:30 this afternoon. Call came out, shots fired. That was called in by the Secret Service. Because we're in constant contact with them all the time, we were notified of that, and we had units here that immediately sealed off the area. Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us and said, hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of the vehicle and the tag, which was great. So we had that information. Our real-time crime center put it out to the license plate readers. And we were able to get a hit on that vehicle on I-95 as it was headed into Martin County. We got a hold of Martin County Sheriff's Office, alerted them, and they spotted the vehicle and pulled it over and detained the guy. After that, we took the victim, the witness that witnessed the incident, flew him up there, and he identified as the person that he saw running out of the bushes and jumped into the car. Now, in the bushes where this guy was is a AK-47 style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro, which he was going to take pictures of. So those are being processed right now. The Secret Service agent that was on the course did a fantastic job. What they do is they have an agent that jumps one hole ahead of time to where the president was at. And he was able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence and immediately engage that individual, at which time the individual took off. So that's what we know about the investigation. We have somebody in custody right now that is a potential suspect. We got a little bit more work to do on it, but as we usually do, as soon as we decide that we're going to book him into the county jail and the charges that he's going to be booked into, we'll get those to you and we'll get a picture of him and we'll get you his background. So now I'm going to turn it over to the representative of the Secret Service, and he's going to make a brief statement.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I first want to thank all of our law enforcement partners, to include the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office and the Martin County Sheriff's Office, for their involvement today. Former President Donald Trump is safe and unharmed following a protective incident shortly before 2 p.m. on Sunday at Trump International Golf Club at West Palm Beach. The U.S. Secret Service personnel opened fire on a gunman located near the property line, and this matter is under investigation. I'll turn it over to my partners over at the FBI.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Veltri. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's Miami field office. The FBI has assumed the role as the lead federal law enforcement agency in the investigation of the incident that occurred earlier today at Trump International Golf Course here in West Palm Beach, Florida. We've deployed a number of resources, including investigative teams, crisis response team members, bomb technicians, and evidence response team members as well. What we need right now is for the public to avoid the area around the golf course. We will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI, alongside our partners with the United States Secret Service and the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, as well as Martin County Sheriff's Office and state and local law enforcement. I would ask that if anyone has any information that may assist with this investigation, to contact our tip line at 1-800-CALL-FBI or at tips, that's TIPS, .FBI.gov. Thank you.
David?
Hi, I'm Dave Ehrenberg, State Attorney for Palm Beach County. I want to thank Sheriff Bradshaw and our partners at the local, state, and federal levels. I'm here because our prosecutors are currently working up warrants and a motion for pretrial detention for the suspect. In that way, he will be kept in custody. But our filing of these warrants and charges at the state level does not preclude federal charges that could be coming. But in the meantime, it looks like the warrants and the pretrial detention motion will happen first. And again, I want to thank the cooperation we've had with our federal partners and at the local level. And thank you all for being here today.
Okay, we're going to make these pictures available to you. It'll show you a picture of the backpack and the rifle. And there's also a GoPro on the fence there where he was intent on filming what was going on. Even though we're going to have to secure a couple of areas around the golf course here, the public doesn't need to panic. We know that we got a post office, a library, and a school down the street. So we'll make it convenient for you to get to all the places you need to go, get your kids to school, get them over here to the post office or wherever else you need to go. It's safe. There's no more danger here, and we'll make it very convenient for you. So having said that, we're going to take a very limited amount of questions, and you can direct them to who you want to answer the question.
Sheriff, did this individual make any statements as he was being detained?
No statement right now as far as his involvement in the incident, and there's further investigation to be completed.
What was his demeanor like?
Yeah, I'm not sure if maybe the Secret Service gentleman answered. I misunderstood, or I couldn't quite understand. So there was a rifle. So one of your agents saw on the golf course saw a rifle pointing through a fence with a chain link. Okay, so he saw that, the agent.
That is correct. Yes.
And the president or former president was on the course behind him. How close?
It was 1 or 2 holes behind. That because the bubble moves through the golf course, so our agents will get there first, clear it. He noticed that the rifle was pointed out. Our agents engaged. We are not sure right now if the individual was able to take a shot at our agents, but for sure our agents were able to engage with the subject. I don't know that.
Doesn't appear so.
Is there a motive?
Yep. Al.
How far away was the president? How far away was Donald Trump when this gentleman was caught and stopped?
I got it. Okay. Probably between 300 and 500 yards, but with a rifle and a scope like that, that's not a long distance.
For the Secret Service, how far was your agent from the would-be assailant?
That I'm not sure right now. We're still looking into that.
Reports are that 4 rounds of ammunition were fired. Were all 4 of those from your agent?
That is correct. 4 to 6. We're not sure yet.
Was there a long distance? Explaining why?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I was wondering how this was able to happen, and for future reference, is there any up security in the golf course?
I didn't hear all of that. Say that one more time and talk up a little bit.
So how was this able to happen, and for future reference, is there any up security in the golf course?
Well, you got to understand the golf course is surrounded by shrubbery. So when somebody gets into the shrubbery, they're pretty much out of sight. All right. And at this level that he is at right now, he's not the sitting president. If he was, we would have had this entire golf course around it. But because he's not, the security is limited to the areas that the Secret Service deems possible. So I would imagine that the next time he comes to the golf course, there'll probably be a little bit more people around the perimeter. But the Secret Service did exactly what they should have done. They provided exactly what the protection should have been, and their agent did a fantastic job.
Which direction was the shrubbery where he was? North, south?
1276 300
The layout of the golf course, you've got 3 holes, 5, 6, and 7. All right, one of them runs parallel to Summit Boulevard. One of them runs parallel to Congress. And he was in an area in the shrubbery where he could see both holes. So the president was another hole back, which means he's about between 400 and 500 yards away.
So he was on the golf course?
Oh, he's on the golf course, yeah, but he's back a ways.
For the Secret Service, have you guys changed at all the way that you guys are protecting former President Donald Trump? This is now a potential second attempt on him. Can you just elaborate on how things have changed and what you made of all this?
Yes, the threat level is high. We have increased the amount of assets that we've supported, so we live in danger times. So yes.
Okay. We're done with questions right now. There's really nothing more for us to add. I just want to tell you, the Secret Service and the FBI and the State Attorney's Office have been fantastic to work with. And I can tell you right now, our agency with this real-time crime center was fabulous. That's how we got the guy. We started out with, we don't know anything, to where we had a tag, we had a vehicle description, and we got an area where we saw the person. So be proud of your law enforcement. All right, thanks, folks. We'll get back to you.
Where on 95 was it that...
Sheriff wants you to show the photo.
All right, brief remarks earlier today from investigators down there on the scene in West Palm Beach, Florida, after the FBI now investigating the second attempted assassination against former President Donald Trump. On your screen, I also had this, and it's actually a live look right now at the scene down there at the Trump International Golf Course. That's where this entire situation happened shortly before 2 p.m. Eastern time. Some of the updates that we got from that press conference include the fact that witnesses located the scene in which that suspect was hiding. They pointed to the bushes, said that the suspect had hopped into a black Nissan, and they actually took photos of the car and the license plates. A crime alert to license plate readers. They got a hit on the vehicle, and that suspect was apprehended on the I-95 by the Martin County Sheriff's Office. Witnesses then were able to identify the suspect that they had seen on the golf course. In the bushes, also, some of the local law enforcement there, they found some evidence, an AK-47 style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks, and a GoPro. Secret Service agents on the course were being kudos were thrown to them by the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, saying that they did what they had to do and the former president is safe at this time. But here on your screen again, a live look down there at the scene for the Trump International Golf Course in West Palm Beach, Florida. You can see that it is still taped off. A very active investigation as law enforcement agencies, Secret Service members, and also the FBI on the ground there, trying to put together exactly what happened earlier today, just before 2 p.m., that second assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump. We also have this that I'd like to bring up on your screen. It is a tweet from Fox News correspondent Aisha Hasni with the suspect's name, Ryan Wesley Ruth. That's what sources told David Spunt, another Fox News correspondent. And then we also have this, a tweet from Chad Pergram, as of course, all eyes are on the ground there. We are working with our teams across Fox News stations. But here, Chad Pergram says this. It's a statement from leaders of the task force on the attempted assassination of Donald J. Trump, Chairman Mike Kelly, and Ranking Member Jason Crow. The task force is monitoring this attempted assassination of former President Trump in West Palm Beach this afternoon. We have requested a briefing with the U.S. Secret Service about what happened and how security responded. We are thankful that the former president was not harmed, but remain deeply concerned about political violence and condemn it in all of its forms. The task force will share updates as we learn more. And then finally, also a tweet here again from Fox News correspondent Aisha Hasni saying Trump tells Brett Baier, "Tell everybody I am fine." And the Secret Service did a great job. He says he was playing on a golf course in West Palm on the 5th hole when shots rang out. He was then put into the golf cart and quickly driven back to the clubhouse. Another look at that scene out there at Trump International Golf Course in West Palm Beach, Florida, where this still is a very active investigation. The second assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump, according to the FBI. We're going to step away for another quick commercial break. We'll be back after this. Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Carla Lahara. We are continuing to follow the latest on a breaking news story that we brought you earlier today, and we've been on ever since just past 2 p.m. East Coast time. Take a look at this, a live look at a scene over in West Palm Beach in Florida. This is the Trump International Golf Course, where earlier today a second attempted assassination against the former president happened. You can see that it is still very active, the scene down there. Palm Beach County sheriffs saying that they want the public to avoid the area so that local law enforcement, the Secret Service, and the FBI can continue their investigation to try to put together everything that happened and what led up to it earlier today. Here I do on your screen also want to put up some details from the presser that we heard earlier from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. So here's what we know. The first report of shots fired happened at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. Units sealed off the area, and that's pretty much what you just saw from that live picture down in West Palm Beach in Florida. The suspect apparently jumped out of the bushes and into a black Nissan. Witnesses reported the car and license plate to police. Authorities pulled over the suspect on I-95, took him into custody. Now, those authorities were part of the Martin County Sheriff's Office, so that suspect was able to kind of get some ground before they were apprehended, but they are in custody right now. Witnesses were able to identify that suspect as the person that they saw hiding in the bushes there and who took shots at the former president. An AK-style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks, and a GoPro were recovered at the scene. The FBI is leading the investigation into what they are officially calling an attempted assassination. Trump is safe, and he was about 300 to 500 yards away from the shooter. Now, earlier today, my colleague here, Andy Mack, he was on this story as it was breaking, and he did speak with our friend here, national security analyst Hal Kemper, who provided some insight as to what this means going forward when it comes to the safety of these candidates, especially heading into elections this November. Let's watch.
What they believe to be a muzzle sticking through a fence line on the exterior portion of the golf course. They confronted the individual and shots were fired. Of course, we're also seeing this picture as it is going to be out there quite a bit of what they say are an AK style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks, a GoPro as well. So this is the image that they were showing at this press conference of this assassination attempt. They did pursue the individual they believe that is connected to this on I-95. They do have him in custody. They said there was no statement yet from the suspect. All right, let's continue here on Live Now from Fox. Bring into the conversation national security expert Hal Kemper. Hal, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I know you were just listening into that press conference. They gave some details about the suspect, what the suspect had, the pursuit, and also the threat level. They called it high. What do we make of it? What are the main focal points you saw from that press conference?
Andy, what I saw was the secret. Of course, as you mentioned, the bubble around the former president. In this case, it pushes out maybe 400 or 500 yards. They don't close down the entire golf course, but they push it out to the hole ahead of him. And the Secret Service detected the AK-47, the muzzle pointed through the fence line. What we do know is that the Secret Service took the shooter under fire. What's not clear is if the shooter ever actually fired. It's possible. They said there's going to be more information on that, and I'm sure they have to do some ballistics, look at the weapon to find out if it was fired.
Who do you see when you look in the mirror?
Someone who wants to make change in their community.
Who do you see when you look in the mirror?
Someone who's striving for more.
Who do you see when you look in the mirror?
Someone who is just getting started.
You have the power to create the change you want to see with Walden University. It's time to join more than 174,000 alumni making change happen. Walden University. Set a course for change. Visit waldenu.edu.
Robbie here in Pulaski Park. It's going to be Frank 94418-073. Frank 94418-073. Terry Foster, enforced, no restrictions, no priors, -29, negative NCIC is clear. Okay, 4, thank you. 911.
Good.
Who's coming to get Unit 1?
Which one?
Unit 1, the one that's not going with TJ's.
They've got L&H now.
Down. 507. Signal 1.
How are you now?
Yeah, I'll see. Skip is not. Can you try Lay or Joiner, please?
Cancel.
Eleven 26. Okay.
Got all the judges' numbers that we have in the Rolodex and they get contact. I'm going to keep trying them.
Go ahead. So you're around the area, 431 over Richmond Road. I was right, she's heard about 5 to 6 shots in the area. Unsure which direction I found that. 10-4, 27 Ben round. 19-24.
County up.
Go ahead.
Possible 149 from the 4200 blocks East Laurel headed toward London. Black Chevy Suburban all over the road.
Hey, boy. Nice in there.
Good.
I don't want to be 10-12. Purple warning.
10-4. already running. Turning on it here at the 2200 block. 1924. Break for 47. Good. 1-8. David, Tom, David. 1-8-5. David, Tom, David. Contact 10-4 to Ernest Parrott. Seal, 6-4. Good. CO6, good. Tell me now, you. 1927.
1126. Good. Got another complaint area. It's off Oak Crab Orchard. But that might be where it's coming from. There's something sounds like explosives going off. The way it looks, the address is going to be 982 Oak Crab Orchard. 10-4, I'm on North 25 now. Okay. 1826. Correct. Hanging up with Judge White, he's out of town also. He's calling me back right now. Stand by. Okay, boy, just got a hold of Kaiser, Judge. She'll be in there after him. On. 26. I want to be 98 from the scene. I'll be in right for Judge Caperson's house. 1934. $27. 27. 97 area on Old Crab Orchard. About 834. What's on the wheel? Paul 94301 225. Paul 301 225. 10-4, where are you at it? 144 1440. Go ahead. Ernest Parrott, John Creek Road, London. He's in force. Corrective lenses, negative slams. Yeah, definitely. on. 31. I'm going 98 here. I'm telling trucks get these vehicles up. Manhunt County. 1937.
Read.
Yeah, 10-4 long.
1937. Area 10-4. 1930.
$11.27.
Good.
I've been all through the area. I haven't heard anything. Everything appears to be 10-4, probably 98.
1942. Alright, 11:38, area 10-4.
10-4.
42.
Go with the 3031 Spring Branch Drive. The neighbor and caller's son got into an argument over the dogs. He walked up the road, get the dog off the property. The neighbor pulled a gun on him, pointed it at him. They're separated now. 10-4, 27 Ben Round. 1940. Go ahead.
Suspicious person, 4063, 4063, Old Salem. All advised a male with no shirt and khaki shorts and two dogs with him keeps squatting down by a residence and walking toward Rolling Hills and then back by her house. Front of us.
Yep. $38 now.
38.
1050. You don't care, see if you can get from Stevens Owen. That's the reason request to complete the vehicle.
10-4, what homes do you want?
Just register on and proof insurance.
10-4.
Points.
1944. Toilet 38. Stevens telling them out.
23 on.
Good.
Being out to Hope Sale.
1950.
Eleven 27. What's it? I'll be going 97 out here. 1956. Already one month.
Go ahead.
I said Jeff.
856.
Good.
2000. 1127, you 10-4.
Yeah, 10-4.
1950.
SOU. SOU. Elliot. 7626 with the caller. That's fine. 10609, if you want to get an 88, I'll call you back here in the queue. There. Joint 6 7 County.
2005. 1127 8.
Yeah, 10-4. I made contact with your caller. I'm going to try and make contact with other individuals.
2007.
Eleven 27 on. 27. I'll be at 3025 Spring Branch Drive. Trying to make contact with that individual. Yeah, 42008. There's 21 work. Well, B97, 98 from the jail. Been out to see before, 1 male, 12. 13. $79.06 Go ahead. I'm 1044 here in Pulaski County. It's the Dollar General by old US 27 Loop 5, Kentucky 47. Go ahead. $79.06, go ahead. Hang tight, honey. 6-7. Pleasure. Can y'all head his way? Old US 27 there at the dollar store. Go. 416, where that's at? Negative. 432 on them. Tell. 720 line. Good. 7906. 7906. Go ahead. 965. Break. Go ahead. I had one run on me. I've got it. Right now. 10-4. Did you guys use it the dollar store at Old 27? Are you in Burnside or Somerset? They'd be Burnside. 10-4. 10-4. You 7906. Are you 1064? 965. One. 416 671. Do y'all copy? Thanks 1065. 432. Did you copy? Okay, 7916 line. Go ahead. I'm gonna be in route 7906. 10-4. Blue 27 says check. Good. I've got that female social when you're ready. Good. 406 42004. 10-4. So you're 1015 and 1065. Is that 10-4? 10-4. I'll be out with the driver momentarily. I'm gonna run K9. No record on that social. Come back to a Brianna Jones out of Parker's Lake. Came back to no record. It doesn't come back to anybody. Before I give it to you again, it's 406 492004. That's what I ran. It doesn't come back to anybody. You said Brianna Jones. It's going to be John 12252 621. Hurry up. 38. Around the county, was over. 2022. One moment. Hold on. Middle 12. priors, 1085, go ahead. 10-4, I figured that's why she was. Down. Going through on 23. 06. I've got the operators social in the Kentucky 47 when you're ready. Go ahead. Oh, yeah. 694 Henry, 9 Frank, 694 break. Set 06. I'll just come back to this 2013 black Nissan Altima 4-door. Let's get to 10 and 24 to Rhonda Edwards out of Burnside. Says insurance is in force. Break. Go ahead. 10-4. Registered owner showing 1085. Go ahead, social. 10-4. I'm 10-4. 20-4. No, 6 goes back to Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith out of Burnside showing suspended. Reference to DUI first. Negative 29. Did you say he's DUI suspended? He's showing suspension on the RCT, and then there's just a DUI first from 21, so I guess he isn't really DUI suspended, but 10-4, I'll be 10-6 for you talking to him and running K9. I've got a Burnside PD here, 10-12. 10-4. Yeah. I'll be going on 8 break. Good. Tensions have cooled off for the night. Everything's 10-4. I advise the victim of 29 service, stay the night up. I'll be going on 8. Line, can you copy? I'm 10-10. 10-1. Have a good night. 1127 1.
Good.
You still have a speak to officer holding?
10-4.
10-4 Alpha, signal 60.
10.
$38, 97 County.
2029. Tonight, Wildcat Harley Davidson, 60-year-old male, pulled off on the side of the road, abdominal pain.
Copy, 54. 1600. 7916. I'm focusing out on 6. I'm going to use a 10-4 down there. Terrible. Calling. 2035. 79, 18, 11, be 10, 10, y'all get up. 10, 4, 35.
575, 575, East Riders, Wildcat Harley Davidson. There's a black Kia SUV that's pulled off there in the parking lot. 60-year-old males have abdominal pain. Break.
You all right?
8758, 8758 times 2033, 20.
Seven one nine seven. 10 4 2036. 671, are you on Atkins, Arthur?
We're out here. We haven't got to that address yet, right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're right here at the entrance of that gravel drive. There's a place here, so I've got somebody over here with that. Yeah.
10 4.
5400.
54.
Okay.
2040.
Yes, again, South End. Go ahead. A female subject call in. She advised her sister works at the dollar store, Highway 770, numerical 1242, Highway 770. She's hysterical. On the phone with her, a male subject there threatening to shoot her. She's locked the door to keep the subject out of the building. She's not on, my caller's not on location with her, but she has about a 5-minute ETA. Vehicle 27 right now. She's advising, the caller advised her sister said she did not know who this person was. Couldn't say if he had a gun or not, but said he was there to shoot her. Thank you. Highway 54 dispatch.
54.
Clear scene and route safe.
2047.
Denver 7916. 7024 9. Have a good night. 26 on South 31, 98 County. Miles been lost. Yeah. Taking away 416 is going to update the CAD in a second. It's nothing to do with that mail subject. Yeah. I think there's one over. All down. You all check it out. I appreciate you. Take care of that.
Phone calls. Kathleen. At 115 Douglas Lane off Highway 490, caller advised he just got home. His dogs and his neighbor's dogs are outside barking. Caller's neighbor ran outside, advised he seen someone run behind the caller's house. Unknown clothing description. Caller's requesting ATLN contact.
Yeah. Doesn't serve me one dispatcher. 10-10. 23. 23 on. Any further on? Nope. 7. County. 23 on the N1 exit. Highway 54 dispatch. 97, thank you.
2052.
maker on?
No.
Spoke to a caller and worker here. They're advising that somebody else said this from the road and continued on toward Gloves. The only description they give was a car, dark in color. Told me ATF will be 98 for now.
2057.
Foreman. 906. Can you note the CAD K9 deployment was successful locating some methamphetamine? It's female 1015 spray. Go ahead. I'll be 10-6 issuing traffic citation, operator. Yeah, 2100.
Actually, use one of call dispatch.
respond. 152 Hazel Lane, 152 Hazel Lane. Seizure. Did you? Okay. Did you want? B10A. Are you familiar with Bill George Road runs between McWhorter to Johnson Road? Yeah, 10-4. You want to come in off of Johnson Road due to McWhorter intersection being blocked from 1045. There's multiple units there with it. Turn on Bill George Road off Johnson Road. Your third right's going to be Hazel Lane. Go to the T, make a left, follow that to the dead end Brown House. 35-year male, no prior medical history, seizures, have an active seizure. Only past medical histories, low hemoglobin, hematocrit, and blood transfusions. Different time. Go ahead. First will be 8759, 8759, dispatch 2104, route 21. 7961.
Good.
I'm 10 Mount Gary, en route to PCPC break for mileage.
Good.
7564. 7564. East Pittsburgh, UTO and anything?
2114.
1127 long. What's up? 97 in the area down here. 2122. LA 51 line. LA 51. OB 90. Patient refused treatment, transport AMA. 2125. The 79061. 796. I'll be 1097 PCDC, break for mileage. 10-4. Go ahead with it. It'll be 7574. 7574. Thank you. 10-4. Thank you. I'll be 2126.
EMS Station 1, Agent come 10-8. East High Rogers at McCorder Road, 10-5. Mother's now requesting juvenile be checked out.
48.
48.
Show scrap.
10-4, signal 2 at the PD, 1045, East Rogers and McWhorter Road. Female's advising she's wanting her juvenile checked out. Guess this juvenile had a concussion about 2 weeks ago. She's wanting someone to check out. Right from her top.
Go ahead.
Phone number 8760-8760, times 2126 and 2127. Sure.
I'll go to the area.
2128. $21.27.
$48, fine.
Good.
Show us on feet.
2129.
$30-10-1. 30-10. Show me on 748. Very good. PR 72 London, 1010. Show us throughout the St. Joe.
Intersection of Court Road and South 25. Suspicious males. Got a flashlight. As the caller walked by, or drove by, he walked into the wood line. Caller believes that he's suspicious.
Good night, everyone. Everyone's for it. On at 432. Good. ATL reckless driver on the interstate, somewhere around the 11-mile marker northbound, dark blue commercial vehicle, pulling a box trailer all over the road. Yes, sir. Good. Male on San EMS 155 Orange Blossom Lane, 155 Orange Blossom Lane. Got 363, turn on Sunshine Hills Road West. He's going to turn to the left, runs behind White Pine Elementary. It should be the first trailer on the left, 18-year-old male, making threats to kill himself, unknown method. 10-4 been out. Station 1, you respond to law enforcement station area 155 Orange Blossom Lane. It's going to be off in Sunshine Hills Road West from 363. Copy, LA 50. 48 line. 48. Down to 10, Jeff. 48.
LA, London.
50. LA 50, the murder going to be 155 Orange Blossom Lane, 155 Orange Blossom Lane, directions left 363, approximately 2 miles. Turn right next to the dollar store on the Sunshine Hill Road West. Keep bearing to the left. It's going to be down on the left. Staging areas. 18-year-old male, suitable, unknown method. Reaffirm time.
Good.
Runners 8761, 8761, dispatched 2147, route 2150.
That's it. On top, there's a tan and white building off to the side of the road. Caller's brother heard something in the building. They went to check it out, had his sister call. There was also a firearm with him. 30 on 7192. 2151.
1121.
21.
We're not yet for signal 4, being back and around to county that's about 1012.
2153. Go ahead.
I spoke to your caller on Douglas Lane. Also searching the area for a little bit. UTF, man.
1267.
Chance. Go ahead. Condition 166, that's for the Civil.
$1.50.
We're staging in the area.
2155.
10-4, you signal 8 LA.
50. Got it. That says advising off in signal 8, signal times 2157.
10-4, show us back in service.
38,
38.
Then 98 here, without Troy.
2158.
$79.06 on it.
10.06.
I'll be 1098.
10-4, that'd be 21 or 22.
Canyon.
Good.
Reckless driver. They're just past the scales on the southbound side and around 33 southbound. Right, the dark colored Jeep was driving recklessly all over the roadway as they pulled over on the side of the interstate. They were just past the scales, requesting ATO.
Yeah. Come on, man. Myself, County.
2201.
98 on your collar.
Yeah. What'd you do? 411. I wanted to do it. 22.
Perfect. St. Joe, that's Jackson, man.
Hello.
Go ahead.
This is times 22. Ryan was 8762, 8762.
Yeah, for the sorry, Emma.
Go ahead.
I'm South 25. I'm UGL on that reckless driver.
22.
South 75.
10-4.
671. 671. I'm around to 11 Rose Hill Road, 11 Rose Hill Road. They got a call. Someone say that they need law enforcement. 10-4. Mary. 10-4, 22-12.
line, 97 Trillium.
What's going on, legend?
2215.
Wrong address. It's be 11 Rose Hill, not 11. 10-4. 7906 London. 7906. London to 7906. I'll be en route to 4440 Keno Road here in Pulaski with Burnside PD Break. Go ahead. It'll be in reference to Station 3. SO's working. Some stolen stuff and divorce stuff from Beaver Creek. 10-4. I'll be 2218. Could be delayed. $29K. 20.
23.
98 stars.
224.
Yeah.
$79.06, London, 1097. 10-4, 22, 28. What?
Were you just speaking to somebody about an ATL for a mail?
Ask for them. information from Trevor County down Laurelwood, Manhunt.
10-4, I've got her on the phone. She's advising that she's got some information for you if you'll go back.
Ain't no one. Got radiated, maybe just see.
Stand by just one, I'll get it.
Station 2 units, Laurel County Detention Center, 440 Hammock Road, 31-year male, chest pain. LA 51 London. 51. I'll be 10-8. Some Laurel County Detention Center, 440 Hammock Road, 31-year male, chest pain. River time. 10-4, go ahead. 63, fetched. 2230, right, 22. 10-4.
671. 671, go ahead. I'll be 98. Just the mail that was supposed to call to the disturbance for 97. I guess he left on foot. We haven't been able to find him. Not yet, you chill.